Okay, good evening. Obviously, it'll be morning in North America on the West Coast. It'll be lunchtime on the East Coast, and it'll be, I think, early hours of the morning in Australia and New Zealand. Lots to talk about, as always. Lots to talk about, as always. Lots to talk about. So, hang on a second. Engage with my audience. Da, da, da. So, lots to talk about. Obviously, yesterday with the announcement by Lewis Moody that he's been diagnosed with motor neurone disease has raised a big discussion point around contact sports and rugby and potential causal links between head injuries or injuries in general and the disease. And I think it's left a lot of people stunned. But there's something I want to talk about because obviously this Rugby 360 competition that's starting to gain some momentum. I actually have a lot of concerns about player welfare for those players that do sign up with it. We know that there are rules in place now trying to limit the amount of training, contact training, games played, etc., etc. And I just think that this Rugby 360 kind of competition may potentially put player welfare at risk. Um, no players are announced yet as having signed up with the competition, and we've seen various unions and for that matter, rugby league as well, consider the option of banning those players that participate in representing their country. They could have their existing club contracts torn up. So we'll have to watch this space with the R360 competition. But I do think that with Lewis Moody's announcement yesterday of his motor neurone disease diagnosis, I do actually have some concerns about player welfare with the Rugby 360 competition that's in the pipeline. If it actually goes ahead at all, because players may be a bit, may not sign up to it. And from the sounds of it, they're trying to lure these big names from rugby union, rugby league, but I don't know. I generally don't know. We've got a Rugby League World Cup at the end of this time next year in Australia and Papua New Guinea, and with the potential to be blocked from playing for your country in a World Cup year, that's an interesting one. It is an interesting one. There's a couple of names being floated around out there, but that prospect of potentially not being able to represent your country at a World Cup, I think, might make some players think twice. And then, obviously, the year after is a Rugby Union World Cup. So we shall see what happens in regards to this R360 competition. That's Saudi backed, though. And I mean, look at the Saudi Pro League in football. They're spending a lot of money and they're getting hardly anyone in the stadium. So even with some of the players they've signed up, I mean, a lot of players have gone back to Europe going, it's crap. And we saw the same with the Chinese Super League as well. A lot of big name players signed up to it, and then it didn't really live up to the expectations that were sold to them. So we will see what happens. But as I say, the Lewis Moody diagnosis with MND, I think what is quite striking is it seems to be that both codes of rugby seem to be adversely impacted by MND diagnosis, should I say. There's been now a string of high-profile former players who've been diagnosed in retirement, and that is quite interesting. Now, whether rugby players are more aware of the risks or the symptoms to look for, who knows? The scary thing is Lewis Moody was aware of the symptoms to look for, and he, went to the doctors. So that's what's generally scary. Is I think they're better educated about these muscular injuries and muscle pain and nerve problems than I think other sports are potentially. Right. Also, we've seen Russell Martin in Scotland get sacked by Rangers. after just 17 games. We've seen a lot of managerial sackings quite early on into the season. Nuno with Nottingham Forest, Graham Potter with West Ham, and now Eric Ten Hag after just three games into the season with Bayer Leverkusen, for example. So we've seen some managerial movement already. Russell Martin situation, I mean, one league win on the season. It's their worst start to a season, I think, since 1978, if I'm not mistaken. But questions do need to be asked of the Rangers board, in part with his hiring in the first place, but also with how they've handled things since Steven Gerrard went to Aston Villa a few years back. They've made a lot of, I think, poor decisions in recruitment. I think Van Bronckhorst, was a decent appointment, but Van Bronckhorst, Clement, Martin. There's been a lot of instability and a lot of chopping and changing in regards to the manager's role and who is on the bench and who is in the dugout. And I don't know what to make of the Rangers situation, if I'm being honest. I don't know what to make of the Rangers situation. But the sackings happened. It's going to be interesting to see what Rangers do, on a long-term basis. There's definitely frustration with the fan base, and there's a lot of pressure on the board now, up in Glasgow, and it will be interesting to see who they appoint on a full-time basis and the direction the club takes. But I think their season's cooked. I think their season's done at this point. But in saying that, Celtic, there's frustration in the Celtic fan base as well, and again pressure on the board up there. And I'm not so sure how long Brendan Rodgers has got left as Celtic manager. And I'm being honest there. I think there could be a change on the green side of Glasgow as well. There's a lot of frustration with a lot of fan bases in Scotland. Aberdeen, for example, I mean, the fan base is not happy there. They're bottom of the SPL. There's definitely things happening in Scotland in regards to football management. Now, we've also had a statement from UEFA in regards to regular season games being played overseas, and they say the decision is regrettable that they've actually agreed to allow Barcelona Villarreal to take place in Miami in December, and AC Milan against Como to take place in Australia in February. And they say they don't want this to be a precedent, and that they regretfully have come to this decision. Interesting that both AC Milan and Barcelona were involved in the European Super League. I think I don't know where to go from here. There's a lot of anger from a lot of European football fans. A lot of it is aimed at UEFA. It seems that 4 years ago, the protests around the European Super League, and we ended up with the Champions League format that we don't like, which is akin to the European Super League, and I do fear for the future of the sport going into next year's World Cup. It's already looking like next year's World Cup there could be issues as well. And then you've got Infantino who's hinted at potentially expanding the World Cup to 64 teams, which I think is getting to the point of lunacy. That means a good third of the world can qualify for the World Cup at that point. So that's an interesting one. I do think the future of football is at a crossroads at this point. In the direction it's taking. I think UEFA's decision to allow these two games to go ahead is dangerous. I do fear for the future of the sport, and it seems like fans are not taken into consideration. And it seems that AC Milan and Barcelona are probably going to make more money than Como and Villarreal in with these two games. And then I think a precedent has been set. I can see the Premier League not being that far behind. And the Premier League has hinted at taking games overseas for 20 odd years. It hasn't happened to this point. And look, the the Barcelona Villarreal game, I mean, they are taking it to Miami, Florida during the height of hurricane season. So we'll see if the weather does impact that. And at the moment, is stadium availability issues at this point, but they've got their wish. You've got to remember that a couple of years ago, Barcelona tried this against Girona, I believe, and they were trying for a while, and they tried to forge ahead, and there was a threat for player strike. So I don't know what deal that La Liga have cut with the the players' union, but they've managed to get their way for now, barring any unforeseen elements. But I can't think that fans are happy with this, especially Villarreal fans who are season ticket holders and members of Villarreal. I mean, it's going to be one of their home games, and they're not going to be making much money out of this, I can't think. And it's the European Super League by the back door. I think UEFA have made a mistake here, and I think Alexander Serafin is going to be under a lot of pressure if more leagues attempt to do this. And he says a precedent hasn't been set, and this is regrettable, I think, is the word they use in the statement. But I do think they back themselves into a corner now. They've made a rod for their own back, and I can see the Premier League, trying their luck at some point in taking games overseas. I can see it happening, and there's already a lot of frustration with fans when you've got managers complaining about the amount of travel and player welfare and the length of the season and the fact the off season's so short. And then fans have said, well, this is what you have your pre-season tours for, take games overseas. And there are rules actually in the rule book that say a club team must play all their home games at the same stadium other than the cup competitions. So how they've worked this one out, I don't know. But I do have concerns about the future of the club game and the international game as well. I do have concerns that we are going down a very slippery slope, and that other leagues will try and take games overseas in regular season, and it's like an Americanization of the sport. And it seems that money is the driving force at this point rather than tradition aspect. And there's a point where you've got to modernize and you've got to adapt and you've got to evolve. But I do think we're going down a very, very slippery slope at this point, and that Pandora's box has been opened, and there may be no going back. We'll have to see what the reaction is in Spain and in Italy to these games going overseas. And we'll have to see if other clubs, sign up to take games overseas in the future, and again put pressure on UEFA, because UEFA are folded at this point. And there'll be those that argue, but if it was challenged at the legal level, it'll be classed as a restraint of trade. So we'll see what happens, but I think we are at a crossroads, and not in a good way. And I think the decisions taken in the next year or so could go a long way into deciding what the future of the sport looks like. There's already a lot of concerns about next year's World Cup in the US. And in part, a lot of those concerns stem from the FIFA Club World Cup and the absolute mess that was. And now we're looking at potential kickoff times being exceptionally late in the evening, early hours of the morning next summer, here anyway, which will not necessarily be favourable to the European TV market, which is why FIFA wanted to have the kickoff times earlier in the US for the European TV audience. I just have my concerns about next year's World Cup. I really do. I'm going to try and book as much time off work as I can to watch as many games as I can for the channel and all that, and just because I enjoy watching tournament football. But I don't think I'm going to be able to watch that many games next summer for the World Cup, unless I can watch the games on the weekends because of the kickoff times. it's. I just don't think they're going to get the TV audience they want, and I don't think the fans are going to travel in the numbers they want to the US. We saw with the FIFA Club World Cup, half-empty stadiums, weather delays, heat delays. The quality of the product we see, the playing quality was poor. Um, and the local fans complained about the kickoff times that they had because everyone was at work. So we'll see what organisers ultimately ultimately come up with next summer. But I I don't think we're going to have a very good tournament somehow. I think it's going to be and there's plans for like a halftime show at the final and stuff like that, and they're dumbing down the product for the American audience, and the political interference from the White House um, is a bit not good, should we say? But we'll see what the tournament throws up. We'll see if it's any good next year. But you know, there's they're open. FIFA's open to the option of adjusting the kickoff times, but then they're going to ultimately lose the European TV audience, which is what they really want to keep basically. Um, and they're just not going to get the European TV audience if kickoff times are 3, 4 o'clock in the morning because people will be asleep or waking up to go to work. And it's just, I don't know what they're going to hope to achieve by pushing the kickoff time. I don't know. I just have my concerns about the tournament based off what we saw this summer at the FIFA Club World Cup. And then we hear rumblings from FIFA that they want to potentially look at expand the World Cup to 64 teams. But we'll see what happens. There's much to ponder for next year. Much to think about. And yeah, I have my concerns about the World Cup next year. I think some of the locations they've chosen, the temperatures and the humidity are going to be high, especially in the southeast of the US. Thunderstorms are going to be a problem, a massive problem that I don't think they factored in this summer, just gone, and I think they're still going to be an issue next year. The heat obviously was a massive problem. And look, it might be a cooler summer next summer. We could have completely different weather conditions. It was a very hot summer this year. It could be a lot cooler next year, for example. But at the same time, the thunderstorm threat, especially in the southeast of the US at that time of year, is exceptionally high. And the organisers have gone with a lot of cities in thunderstorm belt country. So it's going to be an interesting one. It's also very interesting. We haven't seen what the Canadian and Mexican venues, how they're going to perform with the fan experience and accessibility and transport links. But we've already had a lot of complaints from US fans about some of the stadiums that have been chosen to host games. A lot of them are not suitable as footballing venues, but FIFA's got its rules on capacity, minimum capacity, so a maximum capacity. I mean, a lot of the MLS stadiums don't meet FIFA International World Cup capacity standards, even though they are specific for football. They're too small, so they want to maximize the ticket revenue, and they're using collegiate and NFL American football stadiums, and they're not necessarily the best for the football fan experience. They're big stadiums, yes, but if you're not going to get the fans to fill them, they're going to be very, very empty big stadiums, which are very, very soulless. And that's the fear is fans don't turn up. Fans from overseas don't turn up because of the politics going on in the US right now and the geopolitics situation. And then you're just not going to get the locals turn up if they get the kickoff times wrong or the weather's not great. and some of the transport infrastructure at some of the stadiums isn't fantastic. And there's a lot of talk online, and this is going to be a very expensive World Cup for fans to go and watch, to buy tickets and hotel space, travel, flights. Not all the cities chosen have Amtrak links, so getting across the US as well, it could price out a lot of fans. And economically, right now, with how the economy is going in a lot of countries, people don't have to spare money. So it's going to be an interesting one to see ultimately what we get in regards to fan numbers, the overall experience, and the quality of the football we get to see on the field. That's just going to be really, really interesting. Now, obviously, moving on, we've had the Rugby League and Aussie Rules finals, and Brisbane. The city of Brisbane's won, all three. They won the AFL Grand Final, Brisbane Lions. That second half of the Brisbane Lions was ridiculous. And they've won the NRLW and NRL Grand Finals as well in Sydney. So the city of Brisbane's had a lot of success this year, which I don't think has been done before, where one city or one location's won everything. And that was a fantastic. That was, I think, something that's not going to happen again. There were obviously a lot of discussions in the build-up to this season about Michael Maguire's appointment as the Broncos head coach, considering what happened at the West Tigers, and he's proven a lot of doubters wrong. I think there are still some issues within the Broncos squad with personnel, and I'm not saying on the field. I think it's more off the field issues that aren't going away. Ezra Mann was booed yet again. I think even by Broncos fans. I think there's a large section of the Broncos fan base that don't think Ezra Mann should be playing at the moment. I think he's exceptionally lucky not to have received a custodial prison sentence. And obviously that debate's obviously for the Queensland judiciary and legal system out in Australia, but he's been booed all season. Winning, losing, doesn't matter. Fans have given it to him. He plays the pantomime villain very, very well, but he's still copping it. And I think a lot of fans, quite rightly, even Broncos fans, think he shouldn't be playing. I think he's exceptionally lucky to still have a career. I think he's exceptionally lucky to have played this season. And there's no doubt he's a fantastic rugby league player. There's no doubt he's a great player. He's very, very skillful, and but there are some things he does on the rugby league field where he carries himself a little bit. I don't think Ezra Mann's a likable character. He's one of those characters you just love to hate. But he's not the only rugby league player who's had legal issues. There's quite a few. But I think he's exceptionally lucky to have not only been able to play this season, but to be a part of a fantastic grand final that, in my opinion, is one of the greatest grand finals in the NRL era we've ever seen. I think it ranks up there with 2015, 2016, and 2023, which are my three favourite grand finals. And I think it ranks up there. Another thing we have to talk about is the fact that Melbourne Storm, for the second year in succession, have failed to score a point in the second half. That is what's stunning to me. Is the second grand final in succession where they have failed to register a single point in the second half. That amazes me. That absolutely amazes me that they were leading both grand finals at half time and they've gone on to lose and they've not scored a single point in that second half. That is absolutely stunning. And I don't think I've ever seen that with a side that's made consecutive grand finals and have lost both from a winning position at half time without scoring a single point for 40 minutes. That's mad, and questions do need to be asked of the team and Craig Bellamy a little bit. And there's got to be a point where the debate every off season is Craig Bellamy going to call it a day? Is he going to go one more year? How much longer is Craig Bellamy going to keep coaching the Melbourne Storm? And is there a succession plan in place? Have they already got their successive coach lined up? And what the Melbourne Storm look like when he does decide to hang up, the coaching side of things and give it up? Because got the threat of this rival R360 competition that we've debated and spoken about, and what that could mean for not only rugby league in the NRL, but also rugby union globally as well. And then you've got expansion on the horizon. We've got the Perth Bears coming in 2027, and then at the moment it's scheduled that the team in PNG is going to come in 2028. There's still no confirmation on that. We still haven't got a definite they are entering in 2028, and if everything's going to be up to scratch and a team is ready to go. It's a big gamble, very big gamble to have a team there. But this is what the NRL wants, and there's government money behind it. Whether that's the right way to go about it, we shall see. But there is Australian taxpayer money on the line, and with the idea of expansion coming. It's going to be interesting whether the NRL have a conversation with Craig Bellamy if he does decide to move on from the Melbourne Storm in a coaching capacity to coach an expansion team, because there's going to be a 20th team at some point within the next 5 years announced. There is a timeline. We've got a new TV deal being negotiated in the next 12, 18 months. Which I think will have a bearing on salary cap and salaries and revenue coming into the game. And it's going to be interesting where they decide to place the 20th team. And New Zealand's got a good shout of having a second team, another team in Queensland or in New South Wales, potentially. It's going to be interesting where they end up placing a team. But we shall see what we decide to do, and how things pan out. But as I say, with that threat of the Rugby 360 competition, and with how some players are coming off contract soon and are linked with it, including Ryan Pappenhausen, the starting fullback for the Melbourne Storm, it is going to be very, very interesting to see what happens in the future with the Melbourne Storm and if they can continue to be this consistent and this successful in regards to making grand finals and being a top four side. Because in my opinion, that second half, they absolutely imploded. It's not that Brisbane played particularly well in the first half or in periods in the second half, but they just had a purple patch for 10 minutes, enough to win the game. Outside of that, the first half, Melbourne were the better side, and there was just like purple patch for about 10, 12 minutes where Brisbane did enough to win the game. Melbourne just absolutely fell apart completely. So that is quite interesting how back-to-back grand finals they failed to score in the second half. What is also interesting, and this is very, very, very interesting, is that the minor premiership was won by Canberra with Ricky Stewart as coach, former Canberra Raiders player, and both Craig Bellamy and Michael Maguire are also teammates of Ricky Stewart at the Canberra Raiders and were all coached by Tim Sheens. There's that Canberra Raiders link. So the fact that Ricky Stewart has coached two different teams to a grand final, which is a rare thing, and that Michael Maguire is I think is it the fifth or sixth coach time to coach two different sides to grand final victory, and they were all coached by Tim Sheens, who's one of those other coaches to have done it. And also Wayne Bennett was an assistant at Canberra as well, and he's one of the other coaches to have coached 2 teams to grand final success. So there's that Canberra Raiders connection. I thought that was a little bit this season, a little bit interesting that the minor premiership, the team that won the minor premiership, was coached by Ricky Stewart. The 2 teams in the final were coached by his former teammates Michael Maguire and Craig Bellamy, and they were all coached by Tim Sheens, and Tim Sheens' assistant was Wayne Bennett. And that in itself is just striking how interconnected that Canberra Raiders side from the late 80s and early 90s actually is to the current NRL with coaches. That is absolutely insane that some of the greatest coaches in the game in the modern era all were involved with the Canberra Raiders side of the late 80s, early 90s, the Green Machine. I just find that absolutely fascinating that some of the most successful coaches in the modern era and, with the most coaching experience are just interlinked in that Canberra Raiders team. And it's mad. Now, we have got the Rugby League Ashes series, which I've got written down, kicking off on the 25th of October. So just over 2.5 weeks' time, the first test at Wembley. And then we've got the second test on the 1st of November and the third test on the 8th of November. Then we've also got the Rugby League Pacific Championships, which kick off next weekend on the 18th. And they run till the 9th. So they kick off a week earlier. It is a shame in the men's competition that obviously Australia aren't involved, but of course they're touring over here. But that's going to be a fun couple of weeks. Good fun couple of weeks ahead. Good month, just under a month of international rugby league, which is fun. So I don't have to go without rugby league for too long. I've still got a fair bit to pack in. I am looking forward to the Ashes series. Obviously, it's been much delayed. The initial plan was to have a tour in 2020, and of course, COVID impacted that, and it's been rearranged and tweaked. Of course, this year was meant to be a Rugby League World Cup. The US initially were going to host, then they pulled out, then the French stepped up, then they pulled out, and now the Rugby League World Cup is next year. And so the tour's been rejigged and removed, and there was meant to be an England team touring Australia, and that sort of, and we've ended up where we are with this 3-test series. It's going to be an interesting one. It's the first time these two sides have met competitively since 2017, since the World Cup final. It's an interesting one because we've not seen an Ashes series between the two sides for a generation, basically. I think it's 19. Is it 19? It's 2006, about 19 years. And we've already seen players omitted or pulling out of the series for various reasons. But then, the Rugby League Pacific Championships, that's looking like a lot of fun, especially on the men's side of things. I think it's very wide open. I think we're going to see some really good international rugby league, and I think this is what rugby league needs, is a better international calendar and better international organisation. This is where it falls behind rugby union. And yes, we've only got the 2 professional league structures, it's the Super League and the NRL, whereas in rugby union, there's more organised leagues of a high standard at the professional and semi-professional standard, whereas in rugby league, we don't have that. And so, looking at those dates, that's going to be a good 3-4 weeks of rugby league action. So I'm looking forward to next weekend onwards. That's looking fun. That's looking like a lot of fun over the next month or so. Really looking forward to it. I hope the weather conditions are favourable. Although it's that time of year where the weather can change like that. I think we've got pretty decent weather for the next week and a half, and then I think the weather's up in the air after that. It'll be interesting to see how the playing surface holds up at Bramley Moore Stadium and Everton's new stadium, because this is a real interesting test for that facility and how it's going to perform. Yes, it's obviously now open for football, but this is going to be a different kind of usage of the playing surface. And we'll see how that holds up. And ticket sales have been really, really good. So it'd be good to see that stadium fully packed out. There was question marks over the Headingley being used as for the third test. Because it's got a smaller capacity than Wembley and Bramley Moore Dock, but also with the configuration of the stadium and the current state of the stadium, even though improvements have been made by the Leeds Rhinos to Headingley, it's not on the same level of all-seater stadium as the other two. And there were, some fans said, why couldn't Ellen Road be used or another stadium in the north of England? The RFL wanted to reward basically the Leeds Rhinos for their efforts in pumping money into the game and even though they made a loss, they've spent a lot of money on their infrastructure and investing in the game, and it was seen as a reward for the Leeds Rhinos of doing that. So again, I think Headingley's not a bad choice. I think it's a safe choice. It's in a rugby league heartland. Are there other stadiums that are better than Headingley? Yeah, but it's a decent stadium. It's in a decent location in Leeds because you've got the cricket ground next door, but you also got a lot of nightlife and other things to do around the stadium in the build up and after the game for the fans, which I think is important. Whereas Ellen Road is not, I wouldn't say it's not fan friendly, but there's less to do in the build up to the game and after the game for fans, which is why Ellen Road's been criticised when Magic Round's taken there, for example. It doesn't really work as a fan experience outside the stadium. It's not as if you can have fan zones and lots of activities and restaurants and pubs and things that you can go to. So that's an interesting one. The stadiums have been announced. The locations have been announced for the Rugby League Pacific Championships. New Zealand, Auckland, Mount Smart, and Eden Park are going to be used, and I think that's a great bit of organising there on the NRL's part to get those two stadiums, well, especially Eden Park, used. That's a fantastic facility. I'm not sure how the rugby union fans in New Zealand feel about that, but it's a fantastic facility, and I think crowd numbers are going to be quite good for these Pacific Championships. Yes, games are being hosted in Australia as well, but the fact that they've managed to get Eden Park for some tests is pretty good. It's a fantastic stadium, and I think ticket sales are going to be really, really good for these Pacific Championships starting next weekend. I'm looking forward to them. I hope the weather is friendly. Let's just say that. I hope we get some good weather down in New Zealand and Australia for these games. But a bit of rain throws something into the mix, makes it a bit entertaining, makes it a proper test match. So we'll see. But that's looking like a fun month of international rugby league. So we get our fix, and then it's the off season, and then there's still some player movement. There's still uncertainty surrounding the Super League, of course, and what teams are going to be in Super League next year. There's that uncertainty, which is never good, having that kind of uncertainty surrounding what teams are going to be part of Super League next year, the expanded Super League. That's never good, but we will see when it's all announced who's going to be participating, what the teams are going to be, it will be interesting to see what structure this, how it all works out, and if it's the right decision at this time, considering the TV deal is up for renewal in a year's time. It's just how the timing of it worries me a little bit. The rushed nature of it all hasn't given any teams much time to figure out how to make sure they have competitive squads and their squads settled and contracts signed. I don't think it's been done in a timely, structured fashion. This expansion of the Super League, is it the right thing? Potentially, yes. But sacrificing Magic Round for me is potentially is a mistake. I think IMG don't get how Magic Round works because fans love it, but they want to see packed stadiums. Um, and Magic Round, you're going to have fans coming in and out, not staying for every game, empty seats, and they don't like empty seats, but they don't get what Magic Round is, it seems. Yeah, the Lewis Moody situation is very, very sad, but it does raise some eyebrows that we've now had 3 rugby union and 1 rugby league former players diagnosed in recent years. Now, obviously, it started with Joos van der Westhuizen, and people thought that was a one-off. And then a few years later, it was Doddy Weir, and then a few years later, it was Rob Burrow, and now it's Lewis Moody. And it seems it's that again, it's scientists haven't figured out yet what causes motor neuron disease. But they have done studies, and athletes are at higher risk of the disease than non-athletes. That's interesting. Now, I'm not saying that rugby union or rugby league are the only sports impacted, because as studies have proven, other sports are impacted as well, even non-contact sports. I haven't watched his full interview yet, but I've seen enough of it to get a good idea of the things discussed, and I think he conducted himself very, very, very well, and the fact he's gone public with it, I think he's again trying to raise that awareness, and it's crazy to think, but I think he's also, out of the 4 names I've mentioned, I think he's the oldest at age of diagnosis. And I think he's the longest retired as well, in the gap from playing to diagnosis. I think maybe Doddy Weir had a bit of a longer gap. Oh, look, most diseases without treatment are terminal. It's just the fact that there's no known cure for it, and I think the treatments that are available, some slow down the decline a little bit, but I think the disease affects people in an individual way. There's not like a set way where you've got bang 2 to 4 years. It's, you might have 5 years, you might have 2 months, you might have 10. We don't know. He might still be going pretty well and have a slow deterioration, or it could be a Rob Burrow situation where he deteriorates at a quite rapid rate. It's just such an unknown thing. But looking at it, he felt obviously some issues with neck and shoulder movement, and kind of muscular pain and like a dead arm a good couple of months before he's gone public. So he's noticed the symptoms, let's say at the beginning of the year, from the sounds of it, from the interview and all that. And he could have been suffering with motor neuron disease before his playing days, for all we know. This is where science is trying to figure out what causes it, what triggers it, and it's the nervous system and the muscular system that gets attacked. And it is yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not a pleasant condition to have. But as I say, he as I say, from the sounds of it, because of the awareness raised by Rob Burrow, Doddy Weir, and Joos van der Westhuizen, because of that awareness that's been raised, it seems like there's the discussion in rugby circles a little bit in regards to looking at the symptoms and looking for the symptoms and being aware of the condition a little bit more, and knowing what to look out for. And it's an interesting one. So we'll see what what ultimately the the outcome is, and how long the prognosis is of how long Lewis Moody's still able to be active and involved in doing a lot of things. He made mention of potentially fundraising and raising more awareness and getting involved in the charitable side of things and the awareness side of things. I do believe there have been ex AFL and NRL players that have got MMD or had MMD before passing. I believe so, but you know, I think so. I do. I believe so. I'll have to. I'll have to have a look into the numbers of athletes from various sports that have been diagnosed with motor neuron disease. What is interesting is I believe Stephen Darby, the football player who used to captain Bolton Wanderers, he was diagnosed at the age of 28 and had to retire. But I'm just trying to have a little think. It's a little bit. Let me just have a quick look. Let me just put it. Uh, let's just have a look, see if we can find. Right, so we've had Lewis Moody, Doddy Weir, Rob Burrow, Hughes van der Westhuizen, Ed Slater, another rugby player. There you go. Ed Slater's another one. He's obviously less well known. Let's have a look. List of people with motor neurons. Let's have a look. Let's see what we can find on Wikipedia because I've just found an article. But yeah, okay. So there was Ed Slater. There you go. There's another rugby player. So that's 5 rugby players, 4 in youth, 1 in league. That in itself is interesting. Right, living. Come on. Oh my god. NFL football player Steve Gleason. Jesper Bjorkman, he's a Swedish football player. Jason Bowen was a Welsh footballer. OJ Brigance was an American football player. I'm trying to. Neil Danaher was an AFL player. Stephen Darby, as I say, Stephen Darby was an English football player. I believe he's still alive, Stephen Darby. Yeah, he's still alive. He retired at age 29 in 2018 with MMD. Wow, Marcus Stewart. Don't tell me this is the Marcus Stewart that. Yeah, Marcus Stewart, who played for Ipswich Town in the Premier League. He's had motor neuron disease. He's still alive as well. Oh wow! There's quite a few then. These are living ones. So Steve Gleason's alive still, but he's not got long left, I don't think. There's loads. Steve Gleason, Kerry Good, he's another NFL player. Tim Green, Frank Hansen, bobsledder. Ronald Joseph, ice skater. Glenn Love, same age as me, NFL player. Ed Martin, obviously Lewis Moody's the latest. Emmanuel Morales, Argentinian football player. Tim Shaw, Ed Slater. Ed Slater's only a year older than me as well. When did he retire? Oh, we only recently retired as well. He retired in 2022 when he was diagnosed. Um, Juan Carlos Unuze, Spanish football manager and player. Ken Waters, another rugby union player. There's an Egyptian footballer who was born a year before me. Oh, wow. Roberta Flack, the singer. Wow. Lou Gehrig. Gehrig's disease is a form of motor neurone disease. He, baseball player, famously had it. There's loads. There is absolutely loads. David Ames, American football player. Pietro Anastasi, Italian football player. Billy Anderson, NFL player. These are ones who died. Oh, wow. There's loads. There's absolutely loads of them. Giovanni Bettini, he was an Italian football player from the 70s and 80s. There's absolutely loads. There's quite a few football players. Jeff Bourne, Michael Bowden, he was an Aussie rules player, I think. Wow, Ger Brady, he was an Irish Gaelic football player. He passed away of it. Rob Burrow, obviously, famously. There's absolutely loads. Jane Senderqvist, who was a Swedish Olympic swimmer. There you go. That's mad. But yes, there was a lot of NFL players who've had it. A lot of NFL players. Wow. Pete Freight's the guy who started up the Ice Bucket Challenge. He was a baseball player. There's a couple of Gaelic football players who've passed away from it. Adam Kelso Fulton, he was a Scottish rugby union player back in the amateur days. Scott Gale was an AFL player. There is absolutely loads. Mike Gregory was an English rugby league player. There's good grief. There's absolutely loads. There's a golfer, Phil Hancock, died in 2024. Wow. There's a hurler, Piers Higgins, Irish hurler. There's so many. This is unreal. I'm just skipping through this now. It's getting Mark Curtin, a Canadian ice hockey player, American football player, field hockey player, John Land. That's a weird one. Field hockey player, but he was quite old when he passed away. David Lawrence, cricketer. Stefan Lindqvist, Swedish football player. Tinus Lini, South African rugby player. American football player. Football player, Willie Madron. Tui Maori, rugby league player, American football player, ice hockey player, American football player at college. Steve McMichael, American football player and professional wrestler, died of it. Fred McNeil, Jim. Oh wow. Sharon Mills, a basketball player. There you go. So it doesn't have to be contact sports. Football player, ice hockey player. But some of these were actually quite old. Like Marty Pavlich, for example, was nearly 100 when he died of the disease. So, well, some of these other ones are quite young. So you've got Don Revie died of it. There you go, former England manager. Not England. Yeah, Don Revie died of it. The Leeds manager from back in the day. He also managed England. Fernando Rickson, Tommy Robson, but he was quite old when he passed away from it. Bjorn Salming. I remember Bjorn Salming dying a couple of years ago from it, and that was quite famous how that was covered. And he went to a Maple Leafs game to be honoured and then a few days later he passed away. I remember Salming dying of it. That was big, 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 big. Washington Cesar Santos, Brazilian football player from the 80s and 90s. Luton Shelton, a Jamaican. Oh wow, he's quite young. Hang on, there's a Jamaican football player called Luton George Kishan Shelton. He was a Jamaican professional player. He was the top goal scorer for Jamaica at the time of his passing. He was the only player to score 4 goals in international debut. Wow. He was 35 when he passed away. That is insane. Oh dear. And he was diagnosed in 2018 and he died in 2021. So 3 years. That is mad. I just thought I'd have a quick look, and there's a lot of different sports, sports there. Yeah, look, there are some that can live for years, and while they obviously there's different forms of motor neurone disease, there's different types of it. Lou Gehrig was the baseball player. It was named, the disease was named after. He was the first person where they actually studied, and this is obviously in the 20s. And he had to retire because of it, and he died. And this is back in the time when the care isn't the same as it is today, and the other illnesses were more fatal back then they are now, with vaccinations not being as common. And it's also known as Gehrig's disease. But yeah, Steve Gleason. But I look at that, and there's a lot of athletes and a lot of sports, and a lot of those sports, yes, are contact sports, but a lot of them aren't. I mean, there was swimmers in there was golfers in there. I didn't go through the whole list of deceased, but there were a lot in there. I mean, but Stephen Darby, for example, he was diagnosed in 2018, Steph Orton's husband, and he's still alive all these years later as well. So that rate of decline obviously clearly varies from individual to individual. And also, looking at it, a lot of the people who passed away were actually quite old. There was one who was in his 90s. But then there was that Jamaican football player who was the same age as I am now, passed away at 35. So it's a weird one. I think in the sense of the timescale varies from individual to individual, and it's not specific just to contact sports, although there are a lot that have played American football and rugby union, rugby league, and Aussie rules in there. There has to be a higher chance of it if you get concussed or have a muscular injury. There has to be something in there. But there's a lot of musicians as well. And music, and especially playing instruments, can be quite a physical activity. There's a lot of, so it is interesting looking at those who have been diagnosed and those that have passed away from the condition. There have been a lot of football players. And while the contact aspect of football is a lot less than the Aussie rules or rugby league or rugby union or American football or ice hockey, that contact aspect, the collision aspect, it's still a physical sport. It's still a contact sport. But it's going to be interesting, the research they do into it, and if they can find a cure or a way to prolong life and make life as comfortable as possible to those suffering with the various motor neurone-based conditions like ALS and motor neurone disease and such. But it's very, very striking looking at that list. I stopped flicking through the list because it was stunning how many athletes were on the list. It does seem that being an athlete, you're more likely to have a higher chance of developing the condition. And it's not a massively common condition in the sense that it doesn't impact every single person, but it seems that there is a higher chance of ending up with motor neuron disease if you are a professional athlete. But the fact there were swimmers and golfers in there, which are non-contact sports but quite physical sports nonetheless, where you are exerting the body quite a bit, that for me is quite stunning that there were golfers and swimmers. I just didn't realise how many high. So there were some pretty high-profile names in there as well, like Don Revie, for example. What I did not realise, Don Revie died of motor neuron disease. That one I didn't realise. But it does seem that when you've got high profile people like Doddy Weir, big personalities like Doddy Weir, for example, and now Lewis Moody, I think that has raised the profile of the condition a lot more and the understanding, and hopefully that with the social media aspect now and what's been done with in regards, especially with Rob Burrow and Kevin Sinfield's fundraising and involvement there in raising awareness and charitable fundraising and that I think has definitely raised more awareness, but it is quite striking that the numbers of high profile athletes there. That is, I didn't even go through the whole list. That is ridiculous. Looking at that list, and a lot of them have been diagnosed relatively recently as well, as in diagnosed and passed away relatively recently. And the ages vary. There were some very young people in there. There was a lot more men than women, and I did stress that it appears that men are more likely to develop it than women. But there was a fair few women in there. It wasn't just men. There were a few women in there. Not many, but there were some. But you look at it, American football, Aussie rules, hurling, Gaelic football, rugby league, rugby union, ice hockey. But I was also surprised, basketball, swimming, golf. That is... it's just, yeah, but the age ranges stunned me as well. There were some quite young people in there, quite young. Like for example, there were Stephen Darby was diagnosed the same year as that Jamaican football player. Stephen Darby's still alive, and the Jamaican players passed away. Now, when it came to diagnosis, was Stephen Darby caught a bit earlier in the disease's cycle, as in life cycle of the disease, whereas that Jamaican footballer was he caught later on in the life cycle of the disease, further down the track. It's an interesting one to think about. It's an interesting thing to think about, and in time frame of diagnosis. There were some who passed away in their 90s on that list who were athletes, whereas others in their 20s and 30s. So it's I don't know. It's an interesting one. There were some people on that list who were the same age or younger than me with diagnosis and passing. So I think Lewis Moody. I think he's in the age bracket you're more likely to get diagnosed, so older, so later in life, for example, or older in age, because he's 47. I'm surprised Lewis Moody's that old, to be honest. I didn't realise he was as old as that. But it's also interesting that he'd been some time retired when diagnosed, whereas others were diagnosed while they were still actively athletes. As in professional players. So I'm surprised the amount of athletes in that list. There has to be a causal link somewhere. There has to be a causal link. Oh yeah, look, Stephen Hawking. Obviously, there's different forms of motor neurone disease. Obviously, you've got ALS, and then you've got motor neurone Gehring's disease, which is a different form of how the body breaks down and the muscles and the nerves fail. Um, because I think Stephen Hawking suffered from another condition as well, where if you watch the film, obviously his muscles just stop working completely, and he gets that locked in where he can't move. But actually, he could move later on. He just had these paralyzed attacks where he was basically paralyzed, like locked in syndrome. Um, but what is quite interesting is, yeah, Stephen Hawking obviously had a very long life, and you know survived quite some time. Rob Burrow declined very, very quickly. Um, Salming, the ice hockey player, he was reasonably old when he was diagnosed, and you know he'd obviously been ill for some time. Uh, but it's a very, I mean, Lewis Moody could have another 20, 30 years in him. He could have a couple of years. We just don't know. This is where I think the research side of things definitely um, needs the funding, quite honestly. But there does seem to be a causal link between, or a higher chance of athletes getting it. I can see why now. It's the stress that the body's put under, the physical stress, the collisions, the injuries. But it also raises questions about post playing welfare in a lot of cases. Now, Stephen Darby's case, he was an active player. Um, and whereas Lewis Moody's been over a decade retired from his individual sport. So it's an interesting one. Very interesting in that regard. Hello, Chester. Not yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, I don't. I've been meaning to do like at least one live stream per week, but with how things have been lately, work's been a bit crazy. I've not been feeling 100%. My brother's not particularly well, which is stressful. I've also quit smoking as well. I'm not so sure that was the best decision I've ever made, but I haven't had a cigarette in over a month now. I might be regretting my life choices. Let me just hang on 1 second. Let's get a drink. Oh shit! Oh, I found a new monster. You've got the zero sugar version of Valentino Rossi. There you go. Zero sugar. It doesn't taste as nice, but Lewis Moody was one of those. Yeah, Lewis Moody, obviously, in his interview with the BBC, he does mention that he did throw himself into every collision he could. Um, yeah, found that the other day, and it's not half bad. Yeah, the Lewis Moody obviously did obviously say, yeah, he thrived on the contact, threw himself into collisions. It wouldn't surprise me that Lewis Moody's probably also got CTE as well. I'll be very interesting to see when, obviously, with research and obviously, I think Lewis Moody's quite happy to be involved in any kind of research and fundraising and understanding of the disease and working with scientists and all that. From the sounds of it, he's very, very keen to get involved in the research side of things and fundraising. Be very interesting to see if Lewis Moody's got CTE as well. That would really be an eye opener, because then they could try and find a causal link with repeat concussions and motor neurone disease. And then also just look at his injury history of like the muscular injuries he's had, the dislocations, the breaks, the muscle tears, the muscle, and just look at all the various injuries he's sustained in his career and try and work out what could be a trigger of that. Would be really interesting on a scientific standpoint, on a research standpoint. Yes, CTE is brain damage, but guess what? It's part of your central nervous system. What's motor neurone disease? Your nerves, your muscles. So there's got to be a causal link in there somewhere. But You look at the other athletes I was looking at, swimmers, golfers, they use different muscles. They're not taking blows to the head, mind, but you're putting a lot of force through your body, and there is a lot of force, especially in golf, going through your back. Because obviously you keep the way you pivot your body, there's a lot of force going through your spine when you're taking a golf swing. A lot of force going through there. And obviously your head position, and you're trying to, there is a lot of force going through your body when you take a golf swing or a cricket. There was some baseball players in there, obviously Lou Gehrig, obviously a famous case of the disease, which is also called Gehrig's disease. Baseball player. There's a lot of force when you're hitting a baseball or cricket ball, for that matter. You're playing one of the bat sports, and there's a lot of force going through your body when you are pitching or bowling and fielding and batting. It's the thing. World of the NHL. The preseason has turned into a bit of a punch fest between the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Florida Panthers. They had a couple of preseason games that ended in basically full-on brawls, and it's preseason. You don't expect to see over 300 penalty minutes, but they were trying to. I think they've almost set a record for a preseason. Nearly 400 penalty minutes in one of the preseason games. There's already suspensions coming out of that. What's going on in the NHL? Not a lot really at the moment. There's been a few minor trades. There's been a few players put on waivers. Season starts, I think, is it tomorrow or Thursday? So I'm just looking forward to the season to start at this point. I think there's a couple of free agents as yet unsigned. There's been a bit of player movement, but I think we might see some player movement in the first little bit of the season. There's still players to be signed, but at the moment it's been a bit quiet for me. It's not a massive amount happening, but I haven't really been following the NHL offseason, if I'm being brutally honest. But the flare up between the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Florida Panthers has definitely got a lot of people talking about things, and should both sides be fined and punished, and are suspending some of these players who are basically AHL or ECHL players who've been called up just to fight. Honestly, you just have to watch both the games back, and you realise you're spending more time with fights than actual hockey play. Maybe he was playing with it for a while, but it wasn't picked up until now. Potentially, yeah. Potentially he could have been playing with it, but he's been long time retired. Long time retired. He only first noticed symptoms earlier this year. So how long he's had the MND for is no one knows. You could potentially be born with it, or it is triggered by repeat physical exertion, head injuries, muscular injuries, anything. They don't know what causes it, so that's interesting. When I'm looking through that list, I could not find any racing drivers. True, I couldn't find any, but that doesn't mean there won't be one diagnosed at some point. Talking about racing, obviously, it's the Petit Le Mans Road Atlanta 10 hour in the IMSA on Saturday. So this weekend, there'll be no video content on Saturday from 5:05 in the evening until 5:03 in the morning. I'll be watching a 10-hour endurance race. But no, I am surprised that there are no racing drivers that have been diagnosed with it. That is a surprise, yes. That there is a lot of G forces that go through the body, especially in some of those high G braking zones and high G corners. That is a surprise that no one from the world of motorsport that I could find has been diagnosed or passed away from it. But who knows? What's to say that Lewis Hamilton, for example, someone like that. Nigel Mansell. I'm trying to think of drivers from the past now. Get diagnosed with it. Wants to say that doesn't happen. It is surprising. And considering the physical exertion racing drivers go through and how, if you look at some of their training regimes, I mean, Jenson Button, for example, does, triathlons. And so they are really physically fit people. They do have a very serious training regime. But it is a surprise, yes. It will be interesting to actually look at why that could be. That is an interesting one. Again, this is where science is trying to figure out what causes it, and why, if you are a professional athlete, you're more likely to get it, as proven by looking through that list of those who are alive with it and those who passed away from it. It's quite interesting looking at it. Yes, F1 driver training camps are quite brutal. I'm more of a endurance racing fan, and some of these endurance drivers. I mean, look, I love my endurance racing, and I've been rewatching some of the races from earlier this season, from Sebring, and what other one did I rewatch? I rewatched Sebring, and I watched. There's a few I rewatched. I think I rewatched the 6 Hours of Indianapolis, and that was absolutely looking at some of the drivers get out the car after a 2-3 hour stint, and they are just evaporated. They are absolutely cooked. And of course, we've got a 10-hour endurance race this Saturday. And I don't know what the weather's actually going to be doing in Atlanta. Let's have a look. Let me just have a look. Just want to have a look at the weather forecast. Okay, so what we got? It's not looking too. Okay, so at the moment, where they're hosting the 10-hour Petit Le Mans in Road Atlanta, it's not due to rain, and it's not due to be overly warm either, or too cold. It's about 22 degrees Celsius. Pretty good. Are cricketers affected by it? Well, Lou Gehrig's the famous baseball player, so the other name for motor neurone disease and ALS is Gehrig's disease. And I think he passed away in the 30s or 40s, I believe. He was a contemporary of Babe Ruth. So that's how far back we're going, about 100 years ago. And 80 Lou Gehrig. I know Lou Gehrig died of it, and they do name in the US it was known for a while as Gehrig's disease, because he was obviously he was one of the best baseball players at the time, very well known, and baseball at the time was Lou Gehrig. There we go. Died 1941. There you go. Right. And he was not very old. He was 38 when he passed away, so he was not very old. Henry Louis Gehrig was an American baseball player, 17 seasons between 1923 and 1939. He was renowned for his prowess as a hitter. He was nicknamed the Iron Horse. He's regarded as one of the greatest players of all time. He was an all-star 7 times, Triple Crown once, American League Most Valuable Player twice, and he won the World Series 6 times. He hit 493 home runs. He's one of 21 players to hit 4 home runs in a single game. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame. And he was the first player to have his number retired by a team. 37 when he passed away. 2 years older than me. It's crazy. Wow, here we go. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which is similar to motor neuron disease. So on the he had a consecutive game record that was going on so he had a consecutive game record, and then he took himself out of the game on the 2nd of May 1939 when he voluntarily took himself out of the lineup, stunning both players and fans after his performance in the field had become hampered by an undiagnosed ailment that was subsequently known as ALS, which is related to motor neuron disease. He never played again, and he retired. He was 36. 2 weeks later, the ball club held a Lou Gehrig Appreciation Day on the 4th of July. And he died 2 years later. Wow. He played his last game on April the 30th, 1939. On July 11th of that year, he appeared at the All-Star game. Following his retirement. Oh, wow. I don't want to talk about work. I don't want to talk about work. Wow. He died 17 days before his 38th birthday. Wow. That's insane. He actually took himself out of a game because he didn't feel right, and it turned out that... Wow. ALS... Oh, it is the other name, as ALS is motor neuron disease. And in the US and Canada, it's known as Lou Gehrig's disease. It is rare, terminal neurodegenerative disorder, and it results in the progressive loss of both upper and lower motor neurons that normally control voluntary muscle contractions, so, moving your arms and all that. ALS is the most common form of the broader group of motor neuron diseases. Gradual muscle stiffness, twitches, weakness, and wasting. Wow, 15% develop full frontal temporal dementia. Wow. Begins with weakness in arms or legs. Stiff muscles, muscle twitches, gradual increase in weakness, difficult in speaking, swallowing and breathing, respiratory failure. Oh, wow. Right, the usual onset. Now, this is quite interesting. The usual onset is 45 to 75-year-old. That's the age frame. So Lou Gehrig was actually young when he was diagnosed. In about 5% of cases, it is genetic, but it's unknown in around 90 to 95%. Risk factors, general risk factors, age. Risk factors, genetic risk factors, age, being a bloke, heavy metals, not the music, the actual metals, organic chemicals, smoking, so I'm in trouble then, even though I've quit, electric shock, physical exercise, and head injury. There you go. There are medicines out there that try and prolong, but life expectancy is highly variable, but typically 2 to 4 years. And it affects 1 in 400 people. That's the risk anyway, 1 in 400. So yeah, most cases have no known cause, about 90 to 95%. And the other 5 to 10% family history of the disease. There's no known cure. The goal of treatment is to slow the disease progression and improve symptoms. Wow. Although 10% of those affected survive longer than 10 years. Oh. The first description of the disease goes back to 1824 by a guy, a doctor called Charles Bell, described it first. Wow. Causes. I'm just having a quick. That's quite interesting. That. What, Liverpool losing 3 in a row? It happens at some point. A team has to go through a wobbly patch. Even very successful teams that have a very, very good record. It doesn't matter the sport. At some point, even the best teams will have to lose games. I think it's important. I think Liverpool losing 3 games in a row now, I think, is better than losing them later in the season. There's time to turn things around. There's an international break coming up, and so there is time to fix any problems that are there. Is it new players that are betting into the system? Because some of the new players that have been signed haven't quite hit the ground running. There have been a lot of squad changes. So there is that, but it also shows how competitive the league is. I mean, look at Palace and Bournemouth and their starts to the season. I don't think people would have expected that. Although, yeah, Bournemouth and Palace, I mean, they're playing really, really well. Whereas, look at Nottingham Forest. Since they sacked Nuno, they haven't won a game. And pressure's already on. Postecoglou's replacement hasn't won a game yet. So things are cyclical. They are cyclical. Some teams will go long periods without conceding goals or losing games, and other teams will go through a period where they're struggling to score or they can't win a game, and then they go on a run. I think it happens to every team at some point. At some point, you have to lose a game. Losing 3 in a row, we'll see how they respond. If it becomes 4, then there's the question over mentality, the team makeup, the changes to the team, the players they brought in, the players they've let go, the tactics employed. Are some players playing a little bit with injury? Are other players more confidence players? Are they struggling to adapt to a different style of play than what they're used to? Obviously, Arne Slot's only been there just over a year. He's got a different, way of thinking than Jurgen Klopp did, and a different style of man management, and there's a whole range of factors. But I wouldn't panic just yet. I would panic if 3 defeats becomes 4 and 4 becomes 5, and then there's a lengthy losing streak or a lengthy winless streak. We're not there yet. 3 games, it's not the end of the world. We're not on the levels of winless streak like Wolves, for example, or up in Scotland, Rangers or Aberdeen, where they're struggling. We're not on that level yet. The English league is exceptionally competitive, historically and right now, and things are cyclical. They are very, very cyclical. Some teams just get on a run of form and get on some momentum, and they just keep with that momentum. They ride that momentum. Other teams are more confident. So, a win can completely change the outlook of a team. But it's just 3 games. Wouldn't panic. There is time to turn things around. There is time, but it's been a bizarre couple of seasons. I'm going to say that it's been a bizarre couple of seasons with where teams are at and form and win percentages for certain managers. And we're only in the first week of October, and we're already having a number of managerial sackings. For example, we've barely started the season, and we've already got a second international break on the horizon within the next week or so. And the season's going to be heavily disrupted before Christmas with these international breaks. So it's very hard to get any kind of momentum going, and then another international break, and then you have to start again, and then build the momentum again. International break, build the momentum again, and then we get into the FA Cup starting to impact the league scheduling, and then again the momentum gets disrupted. So look, we'll see what happens, but losing 3 games is not the end of the world. I've seen worse losing streak or worse winless streaks than that. And teams still have success at the end of the season. So I wouldn't worry about it just yet. I think expectations are so high because of winning the league last year. I think that's why the expectations are high. But then Man City couldn't win for a while. They went through a very poor run of form this time last year. Their form dropped off a cliff, and it cost them, a lot of momentum. And then they ended up trophyless at the end of the season. They won nothing. They picked their form up towards the end of the season, but there was a good period where they struggled. And because of that bar of success being so high, a drop off was going to happen at some point. It just happened last season. And there's nothing to suggest that they will recapture that winning spell they had where they were so dominant. There's nothing to suggest they will, get back to winning ways and winning trophies every season. There comes a point with every squad, with every team, where they have to go through a leaner period, so to speak. And even some of the great teams of the past had losing streaks. Even some of the great teams that have won silverware and been successful, even in the season they won, they lost games. So I wouldn't panic too much. It's a long season. We're only a month and a bit in, 2 months in. Wouldn't panic yet. I think getting a losing streak like this out of the way now is better than having it the crunch end of the season when every point counts. But it's not the end of the world. Wouldn't panic. I mean, put it this way, Brisbane Broncos had a bit of a wobble midway through this season, and people were writing them off. They've actually now gone on to win their first NRL premiership in 19 years. And people were writing them off mid-season because of a bit of a loss of form, players not performing, mistakes that players were making, the manner of some of the defeats. They've just gone on to win their first NRL premiership in 19 years. So make of that what you will. And then other teams, for example, just started the season well and then fell apart and couldn't get the momentum back. A lot of it's to do with confidence and momentum. I think there's enough good players there with the winning experience. You've won silverware and been very successful. I think there's enough good players there to turn the situation around. Not that it's much of a situation yet. And I think there's no need to panic. No need to panic. Although, yeah. God, please don't mention my work, and please don't follow me around at work. It's weird. It's actually quite annoying sometimes. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow yet with work. It's a shambles at the moment. It's just an absolute mess at the moment. We don't know if we're coming or going. It's just been a bit of a mess. And I to be honest, I try and keep work and this separate. My job's my job. Does it impact the channel? Yeah, sure. But I try and keep my work separate from this if it's all possible. It is what it is. It is what it is. Work is work. It's been a bit frustrating lately. So there is that. What is the weather doing tomorrow, actually? It's meant to be quite mild this next week, I think. What is the weather doing? Weather. What is the weather doing? There's a slight chance of rain tomorrow. Yeah. There's a slight chance of rain tomorrow, but it's not going to be too cold. It's actually going to be quite warm tomorrow. Wow. In fact, the weather's going to be like this for the next period of time. Slight chance of rain, but it's what it is. In fact, yesterday it actually got quite warm. Yesterday it was surprisingly warm. So the weather stays like this, I'm actually think it might benefit the Australians when it comes to the rugby league tests at the rugby league Ashes. If the weather stays like this, if it starts to get colder and rains a bit, I think that mixes things up, makes it quite interesting. But from the weather forecast, I think it's going to be in the high teens for the next week or so. So, although there is a chance of rain tomorrow, but we'll see. It was quite warm this morning. Walking into work it was quite warm. Thoughts on this? Yeah, look, I've mentioned that. I think UEFA have made a mistake there by allowing the Barcelona Villarreal game to go to Miami and the Milan Como game to go. I think a mistake's been made. I think it opens the door. What I think we're on a slippery slope here. And UEFA, I think Alexander, I don't know why they've let them take these two games overseas. But they say there's no precedent being set and that it's regrettable that they've agreed to this. Now, whether it's because we're in a World Cup year that they've allowed it to go ahead because of the US World Cup. No, I mean, to be fair, Australia does have a big Italian community. I'm gonna stress that there's a big first and second generation Italian community in Australia. More so in Melbourne, though. Although Perth is one of the fastest growing major cities in the world. Going to stress that Perth is a rapidly growing metro area, and maybe Perth. It is an interesting one. It'll be interesting to see how the A-League clubs feel about a foreign league taking games over there. That's quite interesting. And all this, where they're taking this game to Perth, considering that the NRL was expanding there in just over a year's time. I think the city of Perth has actually sort of had something to do with it a little bit, trying to make itself seem like a sporting destination. But it'll be interesting to see what the professional, like the AFL, feel about this, because they've got two teams in Perth. The Western Force Rugby Union team, the A-League. I mean, this is encroaching on, on their kind of turf in a way. I think doing it in February doesn't impact the AFL or Rugby Union so much because it's their off season. So it doesn't really impact them. If they were to go like a month earlier, like as in a month ago, or in August or September, if they were to take games there, then yes, I think the various leagues in Australia would have definitely raised some objections and kicked up more of a fuss. But at the same time, I think that the city of Perth is obviously trying to attract that kind of sporting investment. Um, I think there are plans to build a new kind of rugby league association football specific stadium for the future for the Perth Bears. So this could be a way of the corporates in Perth trying to figure out stadium funding and raise attention that way. Perth is not a bad location to go. The time zone actually works for the Asian market as well, and the European leagues do have a lot of fans in Southeast Asia and China. There are a lot of European football fans overseas in that market. It is an interesting one. It hasn't made the same headlines as the Barcelona Villarreal game that's going to Miami in December, just before Christmas. This has gone a little bit under the radar. I do feel that UEFA have caved to a couple of big clubs that have a lot of kind of political sway behind them. I think there's a lot of politics going on here. I think UEFA have dug themselves a hole now, which is going to lead to other leagues and other clubs trying this in the future. I think Alexander Serafin has made. I think some. I don't know why they've suddenly decided to change their tune. But the statement that UEFA released saying, "Oh, it was regrettable and they didn't want to do it," and all this, I think something has persuaded them to change their tune a little bit, and and so it's an interesting one. Australia is getting a lot of trouble, a lot of outside sports recently with the LA Rams. Well, in regards that the NHL obviously went there a couple of years back with the LA Kings and what was the Arizona Coyotes, which are now obviously the Utah Mammoth, for a couple of preseason games in Melbourne, I think like 2 years ago. And the LA Rams going, the NFL have obviously realised with that West Coast going there, and you know, taking games over there. The North American sports do have a big following in Australia. I was a little bit surprised at first with the NHL taking a couple of preseason games there, but they did. In saying that, there's a couple of Australian players in the NHL, so but at the same time, the NRL is obviously taking games to Vegas, and there's a fair number of North American expats, be it American or Canadian, in Australia. There's that military link with a lot of military personnel who go over to Australia quite regularly on rotation, especially Marines and US Army Rangers go over to Australia on regular rotation on training exercises, and there is a big military presence in Queensland and the Northern Territory with US military personnel. So there is a lot of kind of interlinking there, which is interesting. The LA Rams, obviously, it makes sense being there. They obviously make sense with the LA Rams being on the West Coast. And with the NFL, they've got a roadmap. They do have a roadmap of where they want to, what teams are going where, and what locations they give priority for teams to play games. They want to expand the global series. Yes. Roger Goodell says he wants to have at least, I think, is it 16 overseas games a season at some point. With the current makeup of teams, that means one team's the home team, one team's the away. Yeah, I think the NFL's been very, very clear what it wants out of its international series. And look, I do think there's some flaws with it. I think with what started in London in 2007 has sort of ballooned over the last 18 years. It's definitely sort of formed a momentum all of its own. And it was meant to be a one-off in 2007, and they looked at the viewership and the response, and the advertising revenue and the merchandise sales, and the response from the UK fan base, the viewership on the TV, the engagement with the marketing and the ticket sales, and how quickly the tickets sold. And then they decided to go back in 2008, and as they say, the rest is history. But the NFL now has a roadmap. There's obviously, God, my neighbours are loud, aren't they? Banging, bashing, and banging. But yeah, the NFL obviously. There's been discussions about, will the NFL have a team or teams overseas permanently, be it expansion or relocation? And I think the plan was to have a team in London by now. That hasn't materialised, but the situation has changed yet again. And now there is a lot of talk about potentially a European division and making giving a permanent foothold overseas rather than just the international games taken overseas. Actually placing teams either in Europe or South America or wherever they decide to go. There is definitely a change in direction with the NFL in that regard, and Roger Goodell manoeuvring the ownership of the teams in the direction of potentially having that overseas division or that European division or that European franchise. The Skylar Thompson mugging? What? A friend of mine watched it on TV. I didn't watch the game. I didn't watch the game myself. To be honest, I don't really follow the NFL. Oh wow, he was. Wow, he was beaten up and mugged. Wow, the NFL. The NFL is accused of covering up the incident. Oh, it's actually gaining quite a lot of traction. Wow, yeah. I didn't realise that. No, I think it's a big thing that they decided to use the Aviva over Croke Park. Croke Park's the biggest stadium, and that could be because the GAA obviously feel that having professional sport on their hallowed turf is a lot of politics there. I've covered that before. But they are going to Madrid. They're expanding across Europe. They're obviously taking games to Brazil. I think they plan to have 3 games in Brazil by 2027. It's an interesting one. Obviously, as I say, over the last 18 years, it's gone from that one game in London to spanning continents. And yeah, the NFL has now laid out a roadmap. It is a big moneymaker for the NFL. The fact, he got mugged in Dublin. Jesus, I didn't know that. See, I didn't know that he was robbed basically, but I didn't know that was a thing. But then again, I don't follow the NFL religiously anymore. I don't think I've watched a Super Bowl now for 5 or 6 years. I think the last Super Bowl I watched was 2019. Was the last Super Bowl I watched. I don't watch the Super Bowl anymore. partly because I would need to take the next day off. Oh, he was already on the injured reserve list as well, so it doubles down. I think the NFL would not want that becoming public knowledge because of the international series and obviously player insurance as well. Dublin is actually surprisingly Dublin. There's bits of Dublin you don't want to go to. It's like there's areas of London you don't want to go to, and there's areas of Munich and Frankfurt you don't want to go to. There are areas in every major city that if you're from there, you're not meant to go there. For example, there are some really rough, dangerous areas in Dublin. There is, you know, I'm not going to say it's a dangerous city because Dublin is not a dangerous city. It's not. By as European cities go and global cities go, Dublin's actually really, really safe. Is there an element of crime in every city? Yeah, but as European cities go, it's one of the safest cities in the world on a global ranking. But there are areas of Dublin you don't want to go to after dark, especially if you're not a local. They are going to go to Paris at some point. Toronto's an interesting one, and this is a discussion point because of the CFL. And you've also got Maple Leaf Entertainment Group that owns the Blue Jays and the Maple Leafs and the Marlies, and I believe the Raptors as well. The Toronto Maple Leafs ownership, and of course the is it the Argonauts? Is it the Toronto Argonauts in the CFL? Basically, the CFL, if the NFL was to go into Toronto and into Canada, it would have to be an early season game because of the weather conditions in Canada, because of that the snow, obviously, and the cold temperatures. It would have to be an early season game, and the CFL would probably put up some resistance, as would the Toronto Maple Leafs and their ownership group, which owns a lot of sports teams. They would definitely put up a fair bit of resistance. I don't think the NFL will necessarily work in Japan as well as baseball. I think baseball would work better than American football because baseball is actually one of the national sports in Japan. It's very popular, and Korea. I think baseball would work better as a major league to go to Japan. The Toronto one is interesting. It's very, very interesting for the simple fact that you've got the CFL, which is the Canadian version of American football, and there would be some resistance to that. There would be it could potentially kill the CFL if they were to take games to Canada on a regular basis. The NFL, ironically, there were surveys done about Canadian sports fandom and what Canadians watch, what the viewership figures are for the various major leagues and various sports. And the NFL has a higher viewership in Canada than the CFL. Only a couple of percentage points. I think it's about 34 to 36% of Canadians watch the NFL, over about 30 to 32% watch the CFL. And that stunned me, that one of the domestic leagues in Canada, more Canadians watch the rival league in the US. The CFL at one point was doing really, really well, and then it overextended itself, and it hasn't recovered in the last 20 years. The CFL actually had teams in the US in the late 90s. It was a lot bigger than what it is now. And what the CFL did is they overextended themselves, and they expanded into traditional. They expanded into well-established NFL markets. Didn't work. It did not work. Now, I think one of the reasons why the NFL hasn't decided to go into Canada is the weather. Is the weather. The CFL plays in the summer. The NFL plays in the winter. Now, there's nothing to suggest that it couldn't be a symbiotic relationship where the CFL's the summer league and the NFL's the winter league, and it could work. The CFL's got money issues. COVID nearly killed the league, but the league made some poor decisions 25, 30 years ago with over expanding, They diluted the talent pool, lost a lot of money, and this is when the Canadian dollar was doing really well. Then the Canadian dollar tanked, and then the league almost folded. Yeah, look, the Buffalo Bills. I mean, look, Buffalo is right actually on the border. For those that don't know, the city of Buffalo is actually a border city. There's a river at Niagara Falls separating Buffalo from the lower Ontario peninsula of Ontario. It's on the Great Lakes, and there's a river, and then you're across the river and the Great Lakes, and then you're in Canada. You can see Canada from the CBD in Buffalo. And a lot of the Buffalo Sabres fan base are actually from Ontario. So let that sink in, as are a fair number of Buffalo Bills fans are from Canada. The catchment area of the Buffalo Bills and the Buffalo Sabres encompasses upstate New York, parts of Pennsylvania, and lower Ontario, the lower peninsula in Ontario. It's a wide catchment area. And yeah, look, I mean, the Buffalo fandom of their teams suck, although the Buffalo Bills are actually competitive right now for the first time in a while. But their catchment area encompasses a huge proportion of the Canadian population, because Ontario is not just Toronto. There's a lot of people live in Ontario. Between Detroit and Buffalo, there's that peninsula where you've got the Lawrence Seaway and the Lawrence River, St. Lawrence Waterway, and then the Great Lakes. And it's that part, it's called the Golden Horseshoe, which encompasses Toronto, but then you've got places like Hamilton and Windsor and London and Thunder Bay and all this. And all these cities basically are in between Detroit and Buffalo. There's a huge proportion of the Canadian population of all of Canada in this area. It's very, very built up area. There's a lot of, it's basically just a megalopolis, basically. And a huge proportion of the Detroit Red Wings fan base are Canadian as well. There's a lot of, and Detroit Pistons, and the Detroit Lions, and they will just go across the border for home games and then watch the game and go back to Canada. And so, like, you can see Canada from Detroit. You can see Windsor, Ontario from, the city centre in Detroit. And you can, as I say, you can see Canada from Buffalo. They're both right on the border. People don't realise Detroit and Buffalo are right on the Canadian border. And yeah, a huge proportion of Detroit sports fans and Buffalo sports fans, people don't realise it's actually a Canadian, because not everyone in Ontario likes the Maple Leafs when it comes to the NHL. Not everyone in Canada likes the Raptors or the Blue Jays. They will happily go across the border to watch games, because this is the problem. This is the problem that major leagues, other than the NHL and the MLS to a certain extent, have, is Montreal had the Expos. They went to Washington, D.C., so they've lost a Major League Baseball team. Vancouver had the Grizzlies. They're gone. And so outside of the MLS and the NHL, the NBA, you've got a team in Toronto, and Major League Baseball, you've got a team in Toronto. There's no NFL team. And so if you've got over one third, nearly, if you've got over a third of Canadians follow the NFL, they're going to go, like, there's people in Vancouver who follow the Seahawks. There are people in parts of Ontario, like Windsor, who will follow the Detroit Lions, Buffalo Bills. So, yeah, look, this is what people don't realise. A lot of Canadians live to hate. Their whole essence is hating the Canadians and the Maple Leafs. You have to bear in mind, Canada has still got a sizable population. It's a big country, sure, but it's over, I think it's like, is it 46, nearly 50 million people now? The population of Canada has exploded in the last 20 years with immigration and birth rates. And there's a lot of people in Quebec who were Nordiques fans that don't like the Montreal Canadiens. And they will support the Ottawa Senators because of that fact. They would rather drive from Quebec or Montreal or Trois-Rivières, drive down the road into Ottawa, which is a bilingual city, which is important, and they'll watch Senators games. They will make a weekend of it. If it's a weekend game, they will book some time off work on the Monday or the Friday, drive down to Ottawa to watch the Senators game. And it's the same in Ontario. In the other half of Ontario, there will be hockey fans who will go to Maple Leaf Gardens. I think it's or Air Canada Centre as it is now, whatever it is now, where they play, and they'll buy tickets for the away team, and they would watch another team play against the Maple Leafs, or they will go across the border to watch games in Buffalo or games in Detroit. And it's the same for people from Quebec. They will happily fly into New York or Buffalo or Pittsburgh or wherever they can get direct flights to watch other NHL teams play. And obviously losing the Quebec Nordiques permanently, I don't think they go back. I just don't think they go back, at least not at the moment, because you need a lot of money. Unless the Canadian dollar significantly increases in strength, I can't see the Nordiques returning. But you've got to look where the teams are based. The Jets are right on the US border in Winnipeg, pretty much. There's about 30 miles between Winnipeg and the US border, but yeah, Vancouver's right on the border with Washington. Toronto's not a million miles away from US border. Montreal and Ottawa are not that far away from Maine and Vermont and the rest of New England. The ones that are really far away are Calgary and Edmonton. They're the ones that are furthest away from the US border. And there's not a lot of US. The hockey fans there are the Battle of Alberta sells. But there's a lot of, especially the further east you go, especially in Quebec and Ontario, there's a lot of hockey fans that hate the Canadians and hate the Maple Leafs and will happily support anyone else. But it's not just the Red Wings and the Sabres. Kids grow up and they will follow their favourite hockey player. If, like Sidney Crosby, for example, he's from Halifax, Nova Scotia. He's a Nova Scotian. And a lot of young kids decided to support the Penguins because of Sidney Crosby. Like the Winnipeg Jets, the return in 2011, there's a lot of Canadians who support the Jets for the simple fact that was the first Canadian team since the Nordiques and the original Jets left in '96. So that became, again, a surge of young kids, new Canadian team, surge in support. You say that, but again, with the way the North American major leagues work, I find it weird, right? They're saying that Vancouver can only support one major team, or Montreal's only got the one team, or Toronto's. You look at any major league anywhere, right? Look at Melbourne and Sydney with the AFL and the NRL, how many teams they have. Look, Perth got 2 AFL teams. Adelaide's got 2 AFL teams. And they're significantly, if you were to look at the city of Perth, 2 AFL teams, or city of Adelaide in Australia, that would be classed as a small market in the US. That may get a major league franchise. That'd be classed as a small market. Brisbane would be classed as a small market. A city like Townsville in the US would not have a major sports team, would not have a major league franchise. And then you look at cities like Manchester here in London and Nottingham and Bristol and Sheffield. The fact that Nottingham has got 2 professional football teams, professional ice hockey team, the county cricket club, and all their stadiums are within half a mile of each other in the city centre. You've got Trent Bridge, County Ground, the City Ground, and the Motorpoint Arena in Nottingham, all within half a mile of each other. You look at Bristol, you've got 2 professional football clubs and a professional rugby club in the city of Sheffield. They would all be classed, and I do stress this, they would all be classed as small US markets, and they might be lucky to have one professional franchise out of all the major leagues in the city. Where you look at that, London's about the same population as New York. Look how many professional sports teams are in London compared to New York. Look how many professional sports teams are in London compared to New York, and that's not just including football. That is including all professional and semi-pro teams that have professional players. So yes, I am including the London Broncos in there because they are a fully professional team. I'm including the rugby union teams that are historically from London that have now either moved outside but are still technically part of the catchment area. I am including the 2 county cricket teams. I am including all the football teams. I'm even including at the lower level the minor ice hockey teams that are professional, semi-professional, and have professional players. You look at that, and you look at New York, and you go, right, same population size. Look how many professional teams and fan bases are there that are sustained by a metro area. And then you look at New York, and the thinking in New York is, you can only have X. The amount of football teams alone is more than all the professional teams in New York. On the Canadian thinking that you could sell out arenas in Quebec, in Hamilton, in Regina or Saskatoon and Saskatchewan. Yes, you could sell them out. Absolutely. Windsor, Thunder Bay, absolutely you could. But then you would have teams like the Buffalo Sabres and Detroit Red Wings and Maple Leafs going, hold on, that's our catchment area for the commercial regional TV. So you wonder if England Wales had a 32-team league in what sport? And what sport are we talking a 32-team league? Ice hockey? Are we talking? I'm assuming we're talking ice hockey. There's just not enough fans and players for that to work. There's not enough facilities for that to work and be profitable. It's profit. It's to be profitable, so all teams are profitable and healthy and successful, and then they can pay the players. It wouldn't be a 32-team league. You would not be able to play welfare. Ice hockey is the only sport you can have a 32-team league and have a regular schedule where it works. The other team sports doesn't work. Wouldn't work. London basketball team's professional again this season. Yeah, I didn't realise that the London basketball team had gone professional again and could be sustainable and supported. But there you go. The City of London is equivalent to New York or LA metro size. And you look at the professional sports teams that are in those metros, and you look at London, the amount of professional football clubs alone is more than the teams that New York allegedly can sustain. And yes, I will admit the Giants and the Jets in New York in the NFL, they do have a massive stadium. Admittedly, yes. But you have the Rangers and the Islanders. You got the Yankees and the other baseball team. Bollocks. Mets. But it's mad to me how the franchise model works, where the NHL, for example, I will focus on the NHL because that's the league I know most about, will say that, oh, no, we can't have a team. We can't have a second team in Toronto because Can it? Well, of course you can. You can have a team in Hamilton. You'll be sustainable. There's enough hockey fans in that part of Canada and the rest of that bit of the US that don't like the Red Wings, the Buffalo Sabres, or the Maple Leafs for that team to be sustainable. The fear that they have is the owners of those teams will protest and say no, because there's the potential of taking away TV viewership, merchandise sales, potential ticket sales, because you're putting a rival team there. There's too much self-preservation, basically. There's too much self-interest. And that wouldn't be growing the sport, because they are existing fans of the sport, which is why with expansion they're trying to go to new locations, trying to get new fans. Even though Atlanta has already had 2 attempts at the NHL, Houston's had WHL, WHA, and minor league hockey's been played in Houston, and so there's already fans in those locations. I find it interesting when they're looking at the potential expansion, where they're going to locations that ice hockey has been played professionally in before. Yet the thinking is we want to get new fans to the product. There won't be one in Victoria, British Columbia. It's too close to Vancouver. Quebec, yeah, would sell out. Every single one of these locations would sell out. Absolutely. But trying to attract players to move to Saskatoon or Regina when it's minus 50 degrees Celsius outside, and with the tax rates in Canada being higher, yeah, it does have a part to play. But it's the expense. It's getting an owner with over $1 billion US spare to put their hand up and say, yes, I'm willing to put a team there. And also, I mean, Saskatoon and Regina are classed as really small markets. They make Winnipeg look like a metropolis. Victoria is a tiny city in British Columbia. It's far, far smaller than Vancouver, and it's also geographically so close to Vancouver and Seattle that won't happen. It won't happen at all. Quebec City obviously could work. It will work. I mean, you could put a team in all 4 of those locations and you will sell out every game. It's the commercial, it's the corporate. It's the TV market, which is already, it's the media market as well. And because those cities already fall under catchment areas, like Victoria, British Columbia is not a million miles away from Vancouver and Seattle, and therefore you've already got two major teams in that market catchment area that are fighting for fans, because they're, many before Seattle joined the league, many NHL fans from the state of Washington was driving across the border or flying across the border into Vancouver to watch games. It's only a couple of hours flight between the 2 cities, and it's only a few hours drive between the 2 cities as well. Really, if you really just go flat out once you pass the border checks. Saskatoon, Regina, Saskatchewan is not the wealthiest area in Canada. It's very rural, and they're not big cities. They're not big cities. They are, I think Saskatoon and Regina are actually smaller than Bristol. They're not major urban areas. I mean, they are major urban areas, but they're not massive cities, even by North American standards. They're not big. They're regional. They're very small. Yeah, would you sell out an arena? Absolutely. But would they make enough money, not only from ticket sales and merchandise sales locally, but also TV revenue, ad revenue? Would they get the viewership on a nationwide broadcast? Would there be enough commercial behind, enough corporate money behind, with sponsorship and investment? Would they turn a profit? Well, yeah, they would sell out, but at the same time, would you be able to attract the high-end players? Would the team be successful? And they would be classed as small market. Even though you look at European football, and some of these clubs have got they're in small towns, they're in small cities. Look at Bournemouth. They're making a lot of money. But Bournemouth would be classed as would not have, if that was a US city, would not have a major league team in it. Wouldn't. it'd be classed as too small a market, which I find ridiculous. But it's the logic behind it. It's the money making. It's got to think about the revenues. Got to think about the revenues. Um, yeah, a team in Hamilton, Ontario, or Windsor, Ontario, would definitely work. Everyone knows this. It's the fact there'll be resistance from Toronto ownership, Buffalo ownership, and Detroit ownership, because it's sort of in between the three cities and their catchment areas, because that's where they draw a lot of their fans from, a lot of the TV audience from, a lot of the merchandise sales, and it sings in their spheres of influence, basically. You'll be surprised, actually. It's some. You would be surprised at the same time. Um, it's more the overseas broadcast rights that make them a lot of money. A lot of what is very interesting in regards to European sports is only in reality only a handful of teams actually make a lot of money. Most break even or minor profits. A lot of them are more hand to mouth than people realise. You take away the Champions League, for example, and the Europa League and Europa Conference. You take away the European Cup competitions, and you take away the overseas TV rights. The profits they're actually making are negligible. Ironically, if you take away all those TV rights and the big European competitions, ironically, they become more profitable than they actually are right now, because it forces them to basically, I wouldn't say cap the player wages, but pay more realistic wages. And then ticket prices are actually more affordable. You're more likely to sell out, which is then attracts investors in. It depends what you describe as profit and what before and after tax and revenue and profit, two different things. Ironically, this is what is really interesting. You'll be surprised how reliant all the European leagues are on gate receipts. Honestly, you'll be surprised how reliant all the European leagues are on gate receipts for the bulk of their revenues. When it comes to sponsorships and then player sales and commercial arrangements, that's where a lot of the other money comes in. But you take away that gate revenue, you take away those ticket sales and merchandise sales. Look what happened during COVID. Even with the TV deals still in place and the sponsorship deals still in place with the corporate sponsors, you saw how much money teams lost on a weekly basis. It is so surprising to a lot of people how heavily reliant on ticket sales the majority of professional and semi-pro sports actually are. Even the Gaelic Gaelic Athletic Association. Yes, it's amateur. They're not paying the players, but you've still got the running costs of stadiums and paying the non-playing staff who ultimately make sure the games take place. The admin people, the club admin staff, gate receipts. Even with the big TV deals that the GAA have by Irish standards, gate receipts. Turnstiles, getting fans through the turnstiles and buying the tickets. Ultimately, it's selling tickets and merchandise. And the pandemic, with no fans in attendance and merchandise sales on game day, at least being non-existent, and obviously people staying at home and ordering the kits in when they were in stock, because obviously manufacturing facilities basically stopped working. It just showed how reliant all the leagues were on fans in attendance. It really did. How Man United is an interesting one. It really is. It'd be interesting to see what actually happens this season, because Ruben Amorim has got his win percentage has fallen off a cliff in comparison to every other manager since Ferguson. We've not seen Man United play this badly since I think it was the 73-74 or 74-75 season. They were this bad, but they were a second division team at that point. So we've not seen a Man United team this bad for 50 years. 50 years. Man United fans have got used to it being good for too long. A lot of them don't remember the bad dark times. A lot of them really don't remember when things got really, really bad. Cardiff and Newport poorly attended even for a local derby. That's the League Cup, isn't it? It's a Tuesday night game in the League Cup. Or was it the FA Trophy? I can't remember. It's a cup game on a Tuesday night in the first week of October. And they wonder why fans don't attend. It's a midweek cup game. We've seen it in the FA Cup as well. We've seen it with attendance in the FA Cup, where they've got these midweek cup games, evening cup games, and it's the EFL Trophy. Fans aren't going to turn up at that. It's the EFL Trophy, and not being funny, it's a cup game, and so therefore, but it's a Football League Cup game, and I do believe, I think ticket prices are capped. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's FA Cup, but the ticket prices aren't capped, where teams can raise or lower how they see fit. But I do believe if it's a Football League or Premier League related competition, so in this case, Football League Trophy, I think there is a limit on what you can charge. Even for a local derby, they haven't played. I think Newport County, they would have sold their allocation quite quickly. And considering that it's a Tuesday night game, bearing in mind Newport is not necessarily the wealthiest area in the world, and disposable income is a thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if season ticket holders got first refusal on tickets over, and members got first choice on tickets. But I'm not surprised attendance is low. I'm really not. It's Football League Trophy, for Christ's sake. It's a midweek cup game, and this is where well, again, 20,000 a regular league game. But yeah, no, I think with the state of the clubs off the field in regards to ownership and issues they've had, I don't think Newport have got terrible ownership in comparison. They don't have any money, but Cardiff, the fans have never liked Vincent Tan. It's an ongoing battle where the fan base don't like the ownership. And the relationship between ownership and the fans has been poor for a very, very long time at Cardiff. The club has made there's been a lot of issues off the field for a long time, and even the Emiliano Sala transfer, where he obviously passed away in that plane crash. I mean, yeah, it's not it. Yeah, the ownership of Cardiff is not everyone's cup of tea. I think all Cardiff fans hate the ownership. It's not just some; it's all of them. Newport isn't a small area. No, it's not a tiny population, but it's not the wealthiest, and there's not a lot of disposable income in Newport. There isn't. It's a post-industrial town. There's not a lot of money floating around. Not a lot of disposable income. Wages aren't great. And Newport is my least favourite place in Wales, if I've got to be honest. I think it's a lot of people's least favourite place in Wales. If we're being honest, it's not a tourist destination hotspot. It's not the most romantic place to go on a weekend. No, jokes aside, we shouldn't. We shouldn't. Newport. Obviously, it's not a romantic getaway location. Let's just say that. But you know, people do live there and call it home. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people are quite proud of living in Newport and being from there and where they live. But yeah, it's not a wealthy area and there's not a lot of disposable income, and it is what it is. I mean, the football club has struggled financially, the rugby club's struggling financially. People just don't have the money to spend. Goldie looking chain. God, yeah. Yes, they did obviously come from Newport. I wouldn't say they don't have support. I mean, they do have fans. It's just they don't have a lot of money. It's a proper working class community it's a working class industrial town. It's proper blue collar. Cardiff is a bit more metropolitan because you've got the university. It is a big city by Welsh standards. I think it's the biggest population centre in Wales. It is a major city, and even then, the stadium is half empty. Don't do much for a live TV game. It's on Sky. Oh, it's on Sky. Well, there you go. It's on Sky Sports. It's a midweek cup game on Sky. It's a midweek cup game on Sky. Fans aren't going to go to games. I don't know what the ticket pricing is, but midweek cup games always tend to have poor attendance. It's a known fact. Midweek cup draw well, and they've been criticised for a very, very long time. Is it worth winning the League Cup? The EFL Trophy. It brings in revenue to the club. It does mean a trip to Wembley, which, again, if you're going to Wembley, that increases the profile of a club a little bit. Again, brings that extra revenue in. It's a good little money earner. But the EFL Trophy is not classed as a major honour, but it's money in the coffers, and that extra revenue can mean you can sign that one player to a contract extension. You can raise the player wages for the following season, pay out bonuses, invest in facilities. It brings in revenue, yeah. It does bring in a bit of revenue. Cup runs always do that. It is a chance for players to play at Wembley, which is a bucket list kind of thing to do. If you are playing in the UK, or you're playing your club football in the English-Welsh combined league system, the English league system, to play at Wembley in your career, to have that on your CV, to say I've played at Wembley. Yeah, it's a good thing to have in your CV. And it's also good, yeah, especially if you've got a lot of young players in your squad. Squad rotation is important, especially for young players early on in their careers. A trip to Wembley can have real big benefits to them further down the line if they go to a bigger club or if the club gets promoted. It gives them that experience of playing in a big stadium, and especially lower down the pyramid, yeah, it is important to lower league clubs, smaller clubs, for that revenue aspects and game time aspects for younger players. The youth academy or the youth teams of the Premier League and stuff being in there, there have been question marks over the structure of the EFL Trophy and the under-23s Premier League academy sides being in there and how it's structured and with the attendances as they are and the fixture congestion it can cause, because obviously you've got to remember the League One and League Two clubs are going to be in the FA Cup first round later in a month or so's time, and so there is that fixture congestion. If let's say you're a League One club or a League Two club, go on an FA Cup run as well as do well in the league. If you're in the League Cup and the FA Cup and then the Football League Trophy, that is fixture congestion. And yeah, look, I think they have included it. I think it would be interesting, if Cardiff and Newport were to meet in the FA Cup, what the attendance would be. That would be quite interesting, yes. But as I say, these midweek cup games, it doesn't matter what the competition is, they are generally poorly attended in this country. It's a known fact. Evening kickoffs, midweek evening kickoffs, generally speaking, unless it's like back in the days of FA Cup replays, for example, and depending on the clubs involved and if there is a big rivalry, and let's say Liverpool Man United was a Wednesday night game, okay, you're probably going to sell out Anfield or Old Trafford. But generally speaking, for the rule of thumb, even the bigger clubs in the Premier League, you're going to have empty seats. These are the games that are poorly attended. So and it's been this way for a very, very long time in regards to evening kickoffs, midweek attendance, cup or league. And oh god, I forgot they have group. Yeah, I'm honestly, with the format now, with having group stages and how they've tinkered it, it's where we are in 2025 with the football schedule and how both in Europe and in domestic cup competitions, how we've ended up like this. It's to do with money, revenue. That's what it is. Straight knockouts. Well, you might get those surge in TV ratings for that one-off straight knockout game or that FA Cup replay. Revenue. Well, look, I can't comment on the Football League Trophy because I've never actually watched a Football League Trophy game. Not going to lie. I have been to an FA Cup a youth FA Cup game on a midweek evening kickoff, and I was surprised the amount of people who turned up, but it weren't a big crowd. If it's a Football League competition, it would have to be Championship, but then you've got the League Cup. So, and again, it would have to be voted on, and it is what it is. The fact that Cardiff are an eligible team, they've entered the competition, they put a side in, and because of the league they're in, they're automatically entered into this competition, which means they actually play 3 cup competitions this year. FA, Football League Trophy, Football League Cup, FA Cup. So, and if, depending on their league form, they could end up in the playoffs. So, yeah, there is but this is where people will say you've got the squad, you've got youth academy, rotate players, etc., etc. I do think the FA made a mistake by basically capping squad sizes by getting rid of the reserves. The reserves were about. I think that was a mistake. I think, but it's all about revenue. The more games you play, the more revenue you can make. But then players will have appearance bonuses, and with the structure now, the way player contracts are structured, there's so many clauses in player contracts now, it's ridiculous. And you get appearance bonuses. You'll have in a player's contract in a season appearance bonuses. They get a bonus if they hit so many games played or so many minutes in games. There's performance bonuses, but there are appearance bonuses that are worked into contracts for players. If they hit X amount of games per season, they get a bonus of 5%, 10% on their annual salary paid out at the end of the season. And some coaches know about these appearance bonuses and clauses, and they will leave players out because of pressure from the board above saying, we've signed the player. To get the player to sign, we've had to put this clause in the contract, but we don't want to pay him out. We don't want to pay that bonus. So you've got to make sure he doesn't hit 30 games this season, plays 29. Or he doesn't start 30 games. He has to come off the bench in that last game. He has to be on the bench. So there's a way to get around that. We've seen it done where players have not been given their bonus payouts because they didn't meet contract clauses, because coaches worked around it because of pressure from board members. Is there... no, I think a few lower league clubs have done it, making cup finals. Bradford is the latest. But I seem to remember... What team was it? Was it Chesterfield? Was it Chesterfield? Went on a bit of a run. Made a semi-final. I know Tranmere. Tranmere went on a run. Yeah, Tranmere made a final in the League Cup in the 90s with John Aldridge as manager. Wickham made a semi-final in the FA Cup in the early 2000s. Millwall made an FA Cup final. Cardiff, when they were a championship side, made an FA Cup final. But before that, it was Millwall. Tranmere, before Bradford, were the last lower league side to make a League Cup final, I seem to remember, in the 90s. And John Aldridge was the manager, who I've met. He's a fantastic bloke. He's hilarious. I mean, Sunderland won the FA Cup as a Division 2 side in the 70s. I'm having a think. There are some very noticeable examples. There are some notable examples. I wouldn't say there's like no chance in the cup competitions. There's always a chance. There's always a chance. Because of the straight knockout element now without the replay. Fans know the Cardiff team isn't their strongest team and they're rotating the squad. Yeah, again, if fans know that, they're not going to show. I think what we're going to see now is attendances potentially struggling, not just in cup but in league as well. With the state of the economy, I think we are, over the next year or couple of years, we could see attendances at sporting events starting to struggle a little bit. And it'll be interesting to see, as it's a cup competition, even though it's a Football League Cup competition, what the ticket prices are, what they can cap the prices at, what's the maximum ticket price that is allowed. But competitions like this can be used for momentum purposes and getting some confidence and, getting a win. Liverpool lost 3 in a row, for example. A competition like this can be used for that momentum purpose, where you can get that win and you can turn your season around. Or a competition like this, you lose that game and suddenly your form drops away and then you're struggling in the league. Don't underestimate the cup competitions for momentum and how they impact winning. And, Premier League will be safe. I think the lower leagues might struggle for attendance. Not necessarily. I actually think we might actually start to see empty seats at the Premier League as well, because of the cost of tickets alone. I think the quality of football in general is not as good as the 90s and 2000s. I think the quality of football has definitely dropped off. I think players are overcoached. They're more robotic. They're athletes now, not individuals. They're just like you fit into a box, and it's not as good. It's not as we're not getting the Matt Letiziers and the Paolo Di Canios who could do stuff just off the cuff. We're not getting the, the creativity where you've got a player like a Matt Letizia, for example, or a Paolo Di Canio, complete mavericks. Complete mavericks. We just aren't getting that type of player. Players now are manufactured. They're manufactured to fit a role, and they're becoming more and more generic now. I think yes, the massive improvements in fitness and nutrition and sports science, yeah, that's great. But I think it's actually made the sport less fun, less entertaining. We've had the characters coached out of the game. Well, yes, Letizia is still a bit out there. I will agree, he is a bit controversial. There is no denying he's definitely a controversial individual. For some of his non-sporting views, he's controversial. I think we can all agree on that. Some people actually agree with what he says, and that's fine. That is their prerogative. They're allowed to have a viewpoint. I think we need to respect that, but unfortunately, it didn't fit the media agenda. It's the wrong type of controversy. It'd be interesting to see what happens with Gary Neville on Sky Sports now with some of his comments in recent days. Not that I want to go into the political side of what Gary Neville's been going on about, but he's faced a lot of backlash in recent days for his comments surrounding certain political things going on right now. Gary Neville's really Sky Sports is going to feel it. They're going to feel some pressure there. Yeah, Cardiff Swansea's probably a bigger rivalry than Cardiff Newport, just for the simple fact they're more likely they face each other more regularly. They've both been in the Premier League. Swansea obviously have won silverware in recent memory. Cardiff have made FA Cup final in 2008. Swansea have been in Europe in not that long ago. But yeah, Swansea Cardiff, because of the rivalry between the two cities historically, for economic reasons as well and political reasons, there's a bit more of a rivalry there than Cardiff Newport or Swansea Newport. But yes, Swansea, as I said, silverware. But no, Gary Neville, as I say, there was a poll done, and I think 93% of respondents want him sacked. Let that sink in. I find it funny though, because he has an opinion, and whether you agree with it or not, I think it's an interesting one. Very interesting one. Gary Neville hates us. Gary Neville hates a lot of people, apparently. Gary Neville hates a lot of people, apparently. Yes, but no, jokes aside, I think he's controversial. Jamie Carragher, people thought how he kept his job after that incident a few years back, but the ownership at Sky has changed. The management at Sky has changed. It is not the Murdochs anymore. It is now Comcast, and the way they restructured, the network. Is interesting. They've made a lot of structural changes to programming and the channels, and presenting lineups. And Matt Letizia fell foul of their structural change. People say Matt Letizia was sacked because of his views on a few things. It wasn't just vaccinations. Matt Letizia is a bit of a controversial figure for some of his views off screen. But you look at it, and they were going to make structural changes anyway. They just wanted an excuse. They used that excuse. But they're now facing pressure to get rid of Gary Neville. and it's created a debate online, not just in this country, but across in North America and Canada and the US as well. It has created a big debate. Um, and of course, Gary Neville's got his business interests. But look what happened to Gary Lineker at the BBC. So he was basically forced out the door. One broadcaster might deal with one thing differently to another. Very similar, very similar. And Gary Lineker was going to retire anyway, but they moved him on early. Gary Neville's that little bit younger. But we've seen Sky Sports sack people before, sometimes for a bit more serious stuff, sometimes for lesser stuff. We'll see what happens, but they are under pressure at the moment, and it doesn't help that Jamie Carragher kept his job after his incident. But then you've got others, and we can use Matt Letizia if you want as examples who've been forced out the court out of the broadcaster, and I don't think what Matt Letizia said was wrong. I don't necessarily agree with his viewpoint, but it didn't fit the narrative that the broadcaster of Sky Sports wanted. But I don't think what Letizia did was or said was actually as inflammatory as what Gary Neville said in regards to what's currently going on with the social and political climate right now in this country. I think but no, I think Jamie Carragher, that's technically classed as assault, but that is actually yeah. Look, my viewpoint on a lot of things has evolved over time. It has. Andy Gray, there's another one. There's another blast from the past. I forget who Andy Gray was pulled. There was someone else involved in that incident with Andy Gray who ended up getting the boot, but I forget his name. But there was a string of incidents involving Andy Gray, and I forget the other guy's name. It's on the tip of my tongue. I forgot his name. I was watching something like Richard Keys. That's it. Richard Keys and Andy Gray. You know, I think they definitely deserve to. Well, say that, but it does speak to the culture within not only that Sky Sports as a broadcaster, but sports broadcasting in general. But that was a good while ago when they were shown the door. Ron Atkinson, his career never recovered, although he was close to retirement anyway. He's in his 90s now, Ron Atkinson. But he was out the door pretty quick. And how Jamie Carragher kept his job, considering how the same broadcaster acted with other on-air talent. And Matt Letizia, I think his age played a part. He was older, and he's not the only sports broadcaster to be moved on when they reach a certain age and a certain demographic. He was a upper middle-aged white bloke, an aging white bloke, basically. You could say Mark Lawrenson on the BBC. He felt he was pushed out because of his age, not because of his ability. I think Alan Hansen, when he stepped down from Football Focus and Match the Day a good while ago, he was similar age to what Matt Letizia is now. and he decided to step back when he did. Oh, look, Mark Lawrence, brilliant, very witty. I wouldn't say was he the best, no, but he was so quick witted. He really was, and he felt he was pushed out the door because of his age, and I don't disagree with him on that. He didn't do anything particularly wrong. Was Mark Lawrence in my favourite sports pundit? No. I would definitely wouldn't put him up in my top 5, top 10. But he didn't do anything wrong. He just was a middle-aged white man who was going from his 50s to his 60s, and then suddenly out of nowhere he's out the door. He didn't do anything wrong. He was just quietly shuffled out the door, and then he kicked up a fuss when he was shuffled out the door, going, "It's because of my age. It's because of my age, my skin color, and my demographic." And it's true that there was the DEI, diversity, inclusivity, and equality, diversity, equality, and inclusivity. There's go woke, go broke. I actually remember him. What video game was he on? EA Sports Euro 2000. He was the co-commentator. He was the co-commentator on the early FIFA games, and then he was it Ali McCoist? Was it Ali McCoist? Yeah. He was in the early FIFAs. I've got the Euro 2001 somewhere. I've got my old PlayStation. I've got to plug it in at some point and see if it still works. I'll be playing that later. He did some voice work for EA Sports. And Jonathan Pearce and Ron Atkinson did UEFA Striker as the commentators. But yeah, no, I remember watching the end of his career because I'm old enough. Yeah, I am that old. But yeah, I think he didn't do anything wrong. He was just, you've reached a certain age and you're a certain demographic, we're going in the different direction. I think sports broadcasting is not as good as what it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. And it's because your Matt Letizier's and your Mark Lawrence's, they've done nothing wrong, although Matt Letizier was a bit controversial with some of his viewpoints. But they've reached that certain age, and they're white, middle-aged men. And they reach that certain age, we're just going to try and find an excuse to get you out the door. Let's get the young, multicultural, male, female, let's get them in the door. Whether they're better or not is irrelevant. We're just going to do it based on their gender, their age, and their skin color. And potentially their sexual orientation, because the DEI inclusivity and diversity. Yeah, it is. Yeah, all broadcasters are doing it. And they're now finding there's getting pushback from viewers, even viewers from the minority groups that are represented by these new edgy kind of, let's get in with the kids kind of thing. There's pushback. Because they're not actually that good. I don't mind, your Gabby Logans, your Claire Baldings, your Sue Riders. You know why? They were good at what they do. Claire Balding's a little bit, yeah. But at the same time, when it comes to the equestrian sports and it comes to the Olympics, Claire Balding's brilliant. When it comes to track and field athletics, gymnastics, and rugby union, Gabby Logan is brilliant. You know why Hazel Irvine's brilliant as well. But here's the thing. We have grown up over the last 20, 30 years with these women being sports presenters. Gabby Logan was a pretty good gymnast. Her husband is also an ex-rugby union international. Let that sink in, which is why she's very good at Olympics coverage and rugby union coverage. Her husband used to play international rugby union, and she was a pretty decent gymnast back in the day, competed at Commonwealth Games. Well, let's not gloss over the fact she was an athlete. Claire Balding used to do eventing, and her brother's a horse race trainer. What more can you say? Yes, and then you've got some pretty good female sports broadcasters. We always have done. Sue Barker was brilliant with the Wimbledon coverage because she was a professional tennis player for many years. Who knew? Who knew you could be good at sports broadcasting if you were a professional athlete? Who knew? But I think she got sort of forced out of Wimbledon and question sport because of her age, not because she wasn't very good at what she did. She'd reached a certain age. In my middle age, let's just get you out the door. And I felt it should have been up to, I want to retire now. I've done my bit. I'm going to retire on my own terms. They basically didn't renew her contract. They retired her rather than her retiring. But I do think we've had some very, very good female sports pundits and sports presenters in the sports media world for a very long time. I don't enjoy tennis as much. I watch the occasional Wimbledon match, but generally speaking, Wimbledon tends to clash with other major sporting events that I cover on the channel. Since I've had my YouTube, I don't watch Wimbledon as much, or the French Open. Because the time of year they take place, you've either got a men's Euros or World Cup or a women's Euros and World Cup in football. And I found that they clash a little bit. But I, as I say, since I've had this channel going, I would say since 2018. Although no, 2018, 2019, I would say I still watched a bit of Wimbledon and the French Open in those years. But basically, since I've had the channel, I've watched tennis less, and then the last 5 years, I've watched a grand total of about 5 or 6. I just don't enjoy tennis. I just don't enjoy tennis anymore. I don't hate the sport. I don't think it's a bad sport. I don't think there are issues with tennis, which are match fixing and making sure prize money's fair and sponsorships at the lower levels and making it more sustainable for players at the lower to mid kind of rankings, fairer. But I wouldn't say it's a terrible sport. I would say it's got its place, and there are some great storylines that come out and such. I think in the 90s and into the 2000s and 2010s, we obviously had Henman and Rosetsky and Murray, doing really well. And I think that inspired the next generation of players. But then we've seen a lot of players get done for drugs. So there is that. Jim White, Jeff Stelling. Yeah, you could argue that. Jim White and Jeff Stelling. I'm surprised Jeff Stelling, because he retired from Sky, so he's retiring, and then he came out of retirement and go, I'm going to work on TalkSport. Do I think younger viewers? Talking about younger viewers, this is quite interesting. So the last 2 months, the channel's done really, really well. The view counts have been ridiculous. The watch hours have been ridiculous. The subscriber growth has been really ridiculous. But something I've noticed over the last 2 months, the majority of my viewers are actually older. Younger viewers, viewership's dropped off a cliff. It's dropped off a cliff completely. And I find that stunning. That anyone, the viewership from the age of 24 and younger, 1.8% of viewers are aged 24 or younger in the last 2 months. It's dropped off a cliff. Viewership aged 65 and over is nearly 40%. Yeah. I'm getting a lot more older viewers in the last 2 months. It's very noticeable. I look at my analytics daily. Daily, I look at this. But do I think younger viewers struggle to stay engaged? I used to. I regularly. I can sit through a 5. I mean, this weekend I decided to rewatch the 12 Hours of Sebring endurance race, and I watched all 12 hours. It's easy. It's easy to do. I do think putting these down might have something to do with it and taking distractions away. But I can sit through a 5-day test match of cricket piece of piss. You don't need the 100. I can sit through back to back. I think the most I've done cricket wise is 3 T20s in a day. And that was when the IPL was on free to air TV. I watched 3 T20 matches in a day, one after the other. During the Women's Euros or the Men's Euros last year, I watched 4 consecutive football matches, one after the other. I think I watched, if you include the Women's NRLW and the NRL, I watched 8 games in 2 days. It's doable. It's very doable. You just got to take away the distractions. You just got to take away the mobile phone and anything that can distract you, and just set your focus. It's doable. What do I define as younger viewers? Teenagers and people in their early 20s. I class them as the next generation. I'm nearly 36, so I'm old. But anyone in my brother's age demographic of late teens, early 20s. So basically, school-age teenagers, university students, and those basically at university and secondary school and post-secondary education. So anyone under the age of 24. I've noticed viewership under the age of 24 has dropped off a cliff. Historically on the channel, it's been really strong. The 25 to 34 age demographic, so the age demographic just below mine. If I was to get up my viewership stats, I'll be able to tell you. So historically speaking, if we are talking about channel viewership historically, and I'm actually going to be a bit anal here, and I'm actually going to get up my graphs and charts. Yes, we're going to get a YouTube studio on the phone. We are going to be very anal. So analytics, here we go. No, we want audience. I'm not a massive fan of the mobile app. I'm really not, and I'm being clear on that. Age demographics, here we go. So the last 28 days, viewer age is based on the age that users tell us when making their account. It does not reflect users estimated to be under the age of 18. So now, they've changed how they estimate this. But in the last 28 days, between the 9th of September and yesterday, the 6th of October, 31.2% of viewers were aged 65 or older, so retired. 22.7% were aged 55 to 64, so that would be mum and my stepdad's age demographic. 45 to 54 is 12.6%. 35 to 44, which covers my age demographic and my sister as well. My sister's in this age demographic, as is my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is actually 2 months younger than me. So 35 to 44, 16.7%. 25 to 34. Now, generally speaking, so bear in mind, generally speaking, overall, this is the most popular age demographic for viewership overall. But in the last 28 days, 14.4%. And then 18 to 24 is 2.4% of viewers are aged 18 to 24. So university aged kind of people and those just leaving university. And then 13 to 17, 0%. Now, over the last 3 months, the last 90 days, let's have a look. And it's pretty similar. Over 65s, nearly 28%, 55 to 64, just under 21%, 45 to 54, just over 12%, nearly 16% in my age demographic, 35 to 44. 25 to 34 is a lot higher as a percentage, 21.6, so nearly 22%, and 1.9% aged 18 to 24. That's in the last 3 months. Now, the last year, so the last 12 months, last 365 days gets interesting. 13 to 17-year-olds, 0.9% in the last year as a whole. So from October the 6th last year to October the 6th this year. Oh no, October the 7th. So from this time last year till yesterday, basically. 6.7% aged 18 to 24. So it's higher than the last 3 months. 25 to 34, 44.3%. So for some reason in the last 3 months, it's dropped off, but overall it's the highest percentage. 35 to 44, 13.6%. So the numbers don't really change there. It's pretty steady. 45 to 54, 7.7%. So there's a drop off there overall, but lately it's been a lot higher. 55 to 64, 11.9. So not much difference really month to month overall. 65 and over, 14.9%. So because all that recent viewership, that percentage has gone higher. Now let's see lifetime. So overall, since I started the channel up, we're going to start in age reverse order. So we're going to start with the oldest demographic first. 7.6%. 7.6% of all viewers all time have been aged 65 and older. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of those viewers have died. I'm not joking. 7.6% of my viewers are retired. They have retired. They are older. 55 to 64 age demographic, 8.7%. So again, very similar in the older viewership. Almost similar numbers to the 65 and over. 45 to 54, 9.8%. Slightly higher percentage, but again, very similar viewership figures. 35 to 44, 12.8%. Again, slightly higher, but these are very similar numbers. There's not massive, okay, it's double the over 65s, but in reality, those changes are very, very small, only a couple of percent between each one. 25 to 34, 42%. 40% of viewers are aged 25 to 34. 18 to 24, 18.7%. So there has been a drop off in viewership there as well. And 0.4% aged 13 to 17. So there's that. That's just on the age demographic. Now we can look at the geography. Geography is really interesting. So the last 28 days, 0.6% of viewers are from Germany, 0.8% are from India, 1.6% are from Japan in the last month, New Zealand at 1.9%, the US 2%. That's a massive drop off from the US. France 2.3% viewers are French, 2.9% of viewers are from South Africa, 4.6% are from Australia. Really surprised with that. 27% are from the UK and 28.6% are Canadian. Bit surprised by that. Now, the last 3 months, 0.7% are Italian, 0.8% are German, 1.1% are Japanese, 2.1% are French, 2.1% are from New Zealand, 2.3% are from South Africa, 3.6% are from the United States, 8.6% are from Australia, 15.1% of viewers are Canadian, and 30.8% of viewers are from the UK. In the last year, and these are the top nations. There's a lot of nations that I've watched, but in the last year, 0.3% are German, 0.4% are from Ireland, 0.4% are from Japan, 0.8% are from South Africa, 1% of viewers are from New Zealand, 1.2% are French, 5% of all channel viewers are from the United States, 6% are from the US. That's the first time Canada's been above the United States in channel viewership ever. 13.3% are from Australia and 34.9% are from the UK. Overall, these are the top nations. 0.5% of all viewers are from Papua New Guinea. 0.7% of all viewers are from Finland. 0.8% of viewers are from Germany. 1% of viewers are from India. 1.6% of viewers are from Ireland. 1.6% of viewers are from Canada. 2.5% are from New Zealand, 4.4% are from the US, 11.1% from Australia, and 40.8% of all viewers are from the UK. So I thought I'll just drop that one in there. Unfortunately, what is really, really annoying, and I do stress this, is you don't get the cities breakdown and you don't get the full breakdown of nationality of viewership, which is generally the top 50. It used to be different on YouTube Studio. They've changed it with the updates, which I'm not a massive fan of some of the updates they've done to YouTube Studio. I prefer the YouTube Studio Classic, but they got rid of that, which is annoying. Does it surprise me with what? With the older viewership? Lately, yes. With the older viewers, yes. It does surprise me that younger viewers are switching off. but it's a trend that I've noticed. It is a trend that I've noticed that 34 years old and younger, the viewership is dropping. Now, whether that's because my viewers have stuck with me from the beginning of the channel and have grown up with the channel, a lot of viewers, which they probably have. A lot of viewers have gone through the age demographics as I've gone through the age demographics and have stuck with the channel over the last 8 years. And they've got older, so they've gone up in age demographic. Wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, no, I thought I would have a look at some of those. I regularly look at the demographics. I regularly look at the geography and the cities. To be fair, where people are viewing from. I'm not overly fussed with the age because the viewers are still there, the subscribers are still growing, the view counts are still there, the watch hours are still there. I'm more interested in what countries people are viewing from and what cities people are viewing from. I find that more interesting than the ages, although I do find it interesting that there are less younger viewers as a percentage. As a percentage, I will say that. There are some months where on a week or month time frame, it's everyone's aged apparently 25 to 34. Apparently, I just how it works out. Apparently, some months the majority of viewers are aged 25 to 34. We're talking high 80s to 100%, which I find hard to believe, quite honestly. But Paraguay are playing against Brazil in a Rugby Union World Cup qualifier this weekend. That'll be interesting. Paraguay and Brazil. I mean, obviously Brazil's women obviously played at the Women's World Cup and first-time debutants. Brazil, I think, have a stronger rugby union program. They're a more established program with the Olympics and the Sevens and stuff. And I think they're higher ranked. But it's interesting that lesser nations are playing. Maybe younger viewers are focusing more on work, potentially. Potentially. I know some viewers actually sit and watch my videos with their kids. Like older viewers will watch as a family with their kids and younger siblings. I know that. But yes, there is a general trend that sports fandom has got an aging fan base. Yes. They're trying to find ways to appeal to younger fans and engage younger viewers by school initiatives, accessibility initiatives. Problem is, we've got more and more sport going behind paywalls, and they're making it less accessible. It's getting too expensive to go to games, and more sports are signing agreements that put a paywall in the way, either through a subscription on a website or through TV subscription. And people can't afford it. Families cannot afford it. And when you can't afford it, you can't justify budgeting to go to a game. And then you got those some keyboard warriors going, do you call yourself a proper fan? Can't afford it. Got to feed myself. Got to pay rent. Got to pay bills. And that's the facts of it. Rent and bills and council tax, which I've still got to pay, come first. It's facts. It is facts. Unfortunately, it's just the reality we live in. It's getting too expensive. People just cannot justify spending the money on a whole variety of things. I would agree. Yes, I think at the moment we've reached a point where they've got to try and make the product more exciting. And people go on about how Messi and Ronaldo, how they're the two greatest of all time, all this debate. They wouldn't have hacked it in the 90s. They would have been hacked out of the game. The game was different. What the average fandom? In what sense? In attendance, so at the game or watching at home? Because when they talk about viewership at home or the average average viewership, they normally go by homeowner or resident. So with me, because I'm on the council tax form and I'm on the lease, And when they're doing their surveys, so I've obviously got my TV license, and there's the Nielsen surveys, the Nielsen ratings. They'll work out that I stream my sport online. This data is fully available. You can honestly, I know there's the big debate about ID cards in this country and compulsory, whatever. The broadcasters know when you are watching legally, that is, if you're paying for your subscription or you're watching online, they know. So I watch the IMSA endurance racing on their YouTube page. Because I've got a YouTube account, because obviously I'm a paid creator and I've submitted my details, YouTube knows how old I am. And because IMSA as the sporting body, they know how old I am as a fan that I'm viewing. Now they don't know that I live by myself, but they know that I'm nearly 36. I'm male. I'm British. They know a fair bit about my viewing habits by they know I'm a bit of a engineering and history nerd, and that I like sport. So, and they know that I've got a job because I pay my bills. So when it comes to viewership, now this is what's interesting. When we're talking about fans in attendance, you can actually quite tell by the ticket type, concession or non-paying or non-concession. So concessions are, generally speaking, pensioners and youth tickets. That gets printed on your ticket. Is it a youth ticket? Is it a pensioner's ticket? Armed forces and public service discounts. There are some industries and obviously the armed forces that get discount. And to be a serving member of, let's say, the armed forces, that puts you in an age demographic. Generally speaking, service age is 17 to 45, although reservists can go up to, in some countries, 50 to 55 as a reservist. So that puts you in the working demographic. And then you've got student discounts, which can put you anywhere from 16 to 24. And so when you're in attendance, they can work out by the ticket type you have, what age bracket you're in. And then obviously if you are a season ticket holder, you have your age and the age of your family members you're taking. So they work out if you are in attendance with your ticket, you've turned up and you've got, let's say, you've got a family package and two of your family are, let's say, 15 and 13, that actually gets locked. So there's ways of figuring out viewership attendance and actual attendance, viewing on the TV and online and viewing in person at game. There are ways of working it out. If you're non-season ticket holders, if you buy a match day ticket just because you buy a match day ticket, depending on the sport, you can buy on the gate or you have to buy in advance. But guess what? You're paying by your credit or debit card. So they know how old you are. It doesn't matter. Generally speaking, the average age is going up because the older you are, the more disposable income you have generally. Those under the age of 30 have lower disposable income than those between 30 and 60. So the generation. So if you are between the ages of 18 and 30, your disposable income is a fair bit less than the same age bracket from 31 to 40, is it 43, 44? So the same kind of age bracket up. Like, generally speaking, if you're above the age of 30 to about the age of 55, you've got more disposable income in your pocket. A, because you've been working longer. B, you've probably had more pay rises. And you've probably got promotions in your job and savings. And you're more likely to be living with someone, so you're splitting the bills, than below the age of 30, where you're more likely to be single and therefore living either by yourself, or if you are splitting bills, you're living in a shared house with people of a similar age who have similar disposable incomes. And there are ways of working out. Now, I know Major League Baseball, out of the major leagues in North America, has the oldest average fan in attendance at being in the high 40s to low 50s on average age, whereas the other major leagues are mid-30s to mid-40s. So there's a good 10-year demographic shift in regards of fans in attendance at games at Major League Baseball. That is a known fact that it's got the oldest average fan base age. The obvious the oldest average age of fan in attendance, and via that fan base age as well. Um, the NHL, however, is showing a lot of growth with women and kids. There's a big growth and a lot more younger fans going to ice hockey with the recent growth of the sport in the US and Canada, especially in the US. Major League Soccer has again seen similar growth with women and younger fans, kids being interested in watching and engaging with the sport. So the major leagues in North America are quite interesting. So there's more younger fans gravitating towards ice hockey and association football in recent years. But in general, fans and attendance are getting older, and league fan bases are aging. So in general, younger people are sort of switching off. Yes. Now, whether that's because, especially with fans in attendance, in regards to viewing at home as part of like a family, or I think it is trending in the direction of aging fan bases. And in part, I think it's because of ticket pricing, disposable income, how it's marketed, and having a big paywall in the way. If you put things behind a paywall, when you've got less as a generation with less disposable income, with rising prices, and a lower quality product than what we had 20 years ago for entertainment value, yeah, you are going to have fan base issues with a generational shift. Yes, Zebra are having a good start to the URC season. I think it's important that that is a thing. I think that's a good sign. But Italian rugby is on the up anyway. There's been massive improvements in the Italian rugby pathways, and they've got a lot of good youngsters coming through and some good pathways there. And they are trending in the as Italy are trending in the right direction. They are trending in the right direction. They've got a good group of young players all come through at the same time that are progressing really well, and they're going in the right direction with player development. And the club game outside of the URC is doing quite well as well, which is good to see. So there's definitely been some good positive signs in Italy. Contrast that with Wales and the direction Wales is going in right now. You can see where one nation is tracking in the right direction and one nation is tracking in the wrong direction. And in part, it's to do with funding, and it's to do with investment, and it's to do with, trying to grow the game and get more players signed up. And for some reason, Italy's managed to suddenly crack something that they've been struggling with for 20 years. Whereas Wales have sort of been a bit complacent for a long time, and then the money issues have just crept in and have snowballed, and they haven't really found a solution to their money problems. Cardiff have just put a 15-year-old sub on. Yeah, well, this is the type of competition that you want to, rotate your squad and give some of your young players a run out. The fact that they're playing a 15-year-old in a competitive match, I mean, there you go. Giving them a bit of game time. You've got to rotate the squad. I work with a lot of Gen Z, and out of everyone, only me and one other person have an interest in football, which is very surprising. My workplace, actually, even the younger lads, there's always conversation. Always conversation in the morning between all the lads. We've got a wide age range from 18 all the way up to, I think the oldest guy we work with is nearly 70. Wide age range, and even the younger lads, there's the football conversation in the morning, or the sports conversation in the morning at least. And we do have a lot of younger people in their early 20s, early to mid 20s, and there's a big conversation There's a lot of Chelsea fans at my work. There's a lot of Man United and Liverpool fans, Arsenal, Spurs. Surprisingly, we've got a lot of Spurs fans. Find that weird. And yeah, there's other football clubs as well, but they're the majority. And there is apart from the women's, was it the women's Euros, the men Euro? Apart from the women's Euros this summer, we always have a sweepstake, football sweepstake. In our office, we have the board up, and you pick a team, and the winner gets whatever the entry. Everyone puts money in, and the winner takes some. I think was it 80 quid last year or 150? There's always an office sweepstake. In regards to the World Cups and the Euros and stuff, it's just this year we didn't do the women's Euros, but no one really gave a toss this year because everyone had tuned out. Work is not going so great at the moment. Let's be honest, work isn't going so great at the moment. But last year we did an office sweepstake in for the Euros, the World Cup. We did one. I think we did one for the Women's World Cup as well. I think we did. But we didn't do one for the Women's Euros this summer. Do I feel overworked? I just feel a bit run down at the moment. I've got next Friday off. I just need to use up my remaining holiday days, so I've got next Friday off. Do I feel overworked? My job's physical anyway. We work in all weathers. I think this summer has definitely taken it out of me more than last summer and the summer before. I'm definitely feeling it a lot more this year, but I am getting older. I am nearly 36 now. I need to get my Zimmer frame. But I've been doing this job. I've been doing what I do for different companies and different councils now for 6.5 years. But I've been working where I've been working now for 4 years. So I've been doing it for pushing 7 years now. I started when I was 2019. I was 29. I just turned 29 when I started. Well, I had been in the waste industry before, but in different roles. I started when I was doing what I'm doing now. When I was 2019, I would have just turned 29. No, I'll be just turned 28. Sorry. So I was just turned 28. And I was 29 in 29. Yeah, so I just turned 28. And no, I'd have just turned 29. Yeah, I just turned 29, sorry. And I was 30 in 2019. So yeah, that was 6 years ago. I'm getting old. I'm forgetting what year I was born. I was born in 1989. Yeah, so I just turned 29 when I started, and I'll be turning 36 in just under 2 months. So there you go. No, generally I generally forgot how old I was for a second when my birthday. I forgot what year I was born. I just miscounted. My maths isn't my strong suit. We do have a fair few F1, and there's even a V8 Supercars fan at my work. I even have discussions around the V8 Supercars. There's a little bit of rugby union talk. There's a couple of rugby players, so there's a bit of rugby union talk. We have F1, boxing. Yep. Trying to think. There's a few sports that get talked about. Boxing does get talked about a lot. F1 gets a fair F1 and MotoGP and get a fair bit of conversation. Le Mans and the endurance racing gets a little bit, I suppose. But I think in my work, I think because of the type of job we do, a lot of the lads, it's a very male dominated. We've got a couple of women, but it's mostly male dominated kind of workplace. Um, Even the truck racing, yes, we even have truck racing conversation, and British touring cars. So motorsport gets a fair conversation. Boxing does, even kickboxing does. Darts, a lot of golf, a lot of sports get spoken about actually, discussed around the coffee machine, water cooler. Coffee machine. We don't have a coffee machine. We have a kettle, but that is a coffee machine. Um, I wouldn't say there's a decline in sports talk in my workplace. I think it depends on your job, but in our workplace, there's not a decline in the sports conversation. Um, I think in part because we've got a couple of lads who played for a couple of the local rugby clubs at work, and I'm one of those lads because I play for one of the rugby clubs locally. There is that rugby union, rugby league conversation. Football, obviously, F1, but we've also had British touring cars, drag racing. I think even Speedway came up in conversation once. So yeah, sport doesn't matter. I think sports conversation at my work is there. Cricket gets talked about. I think the cricket conversations died off because our old supervisor left, and he was a member of one of the local cricket clubs, and he moved away and he left. But his departure was a bit messy anyway. But a lot of sports get talked about. I think some sports get talked about less than they used to, but I think it could be a regional thing. If we were up north, I wouldn't be surprised if rugby league was a more talked about sport. And but no, football does still dominate the conversation. I wouldn't say most people don't care for sports anymore. Um, I think some sports we talk about more than others. If I'm being honest, but I'm surprised by the amount of interest in golf in my workplace. A lot of the lads are really interested in golf. I wouldn't say, well, minority sports. I think it depends on the workplace and the company you're keeping and what kind of discussion you're having. Because I've even had conversations around ice hockey with some of my work colleagues, and so can't remember the last time a group of lads were talking about the snooker. There's a couple of lads at my work who do talk about the snooker and stuff, and the darts. But as I say, like there are a couple of lads who do play on darts teams, so that again, comes into the conversation. There's a couple of lads that every other weekend go play golf together, and go around various golf clubs. So there is that. Yeah, I've heard about the darts wanting to go to Saudi Arabia, the rugby 360 being Saudi backed. It's the money. It's the fact that the Saudis have got the money to spend and they're trying to diversify their economy from oil and gas. And they're trying to make themselves a tourist destination. I'm not so sure the darts are going to work somehow because of the drinking culture behind it. But look, they've got the boxing now. They're trying to get boxing out there more and more. Yeah, it's not just the Saudis. The Saudi Arabians have realised the other Gulf states like the UAE and Qatar and Bahrain have been very, very successful for the last 20 years in diversifying their economies from oil and gas into banking with one side of things, and then motorsport and the motor industry. So they build these motor racing tracks, and then on top of that, not only do you have the motorsport aspect, the car companies also test their hot weather testing because it's desert climate, and of course the car industry is global. It means that the car companies that make the big 4x4s like Toyota and Range Rover or Land Rover, Mercedes have a 4x4 range of cars. They actually test their cars on the sand dunes. Because sand's actually quite an abrasive material, it will actually attack the metalwork and the bodywork. They actually test their cars on the sand dunes, and because there's special tax exemptions on fuel, they can just burn as much fuel as they want. Yeah, but the Saudis have realised that countries like the UAE have also diversified their tourism sector as well. Um, and then you've got countries like Oman that actually have a very strong tourism sector historically because they've kept a lot of them all their ancient monuments and their maritime history, and people go there because it's a beautiful country. And the Saudis have got the Public Investment Fund, and they now want to diversify their economy and they want to spend money, and they've realised sports and tourism is the way to go. And they saw what Qatar did when Qatar bid for the World Cup, and when the IPL cricket went to Dubai because of security concerns in India and Pakistan with some of the stuff that happened. They actually had to play the IPL over there and some cricket over there. They realised quite quickly our neighbours are making a lot of money out of this. They're getting a lot of international visitors who are spending money on things that aren't gas and oil. And it's also a transportation stopover. Instead of just doing an airport transfer from one flight to another, they're actually staying for a few days. They're catching a sports event or a cultural event, and then they're carrying on to their destination. Yeah, well, the fact that EA Sports has now been bought by not completely bought out by the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, but they had bought a big share in a leveraged buyout. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the gaming community's response to EA Sports being bought by the Saudis, and if that impacts the sale, the quality of games we get, and the game development, because there's the development team, and also if it actually impacts like games like Battlefield, for example. And I've been bugged by viewers to do talk about esports and competitive esports and how that's actually become a $1 billion industry in the space of a decade. That's going to be interesting if, let's say, Saudi Arabia then hosts esports events, because there's a big female gaming community. That could be really interesting. Really, really interesting, considering Saudi Arabia's views on women in society and the politics of Saudi Arabia and the social and cultural things around Saudi Arabia. It's going to be very interesting. A pint with the lads in Saudi, eh? I do think some of these sports chasing the Saudi money, I think it is potentially going to backfire at some point. There's going to be it's going to backfire at some point. But Saudi Arabia's got this bottomless pit of cash that it's had in its public investment fund, this sovereign wealth fund, and they want to spend some of their money, diversify their economy. It's why they're going after the FIFA World Cup, which they're most likely going to get in 2034. And they're now there's Saudi money in several football clubs, not just Newcastle, but Sheffield United's another one. And I think there's another football club. There's Saudi money in a lot of sports now, a lot of sports. And with this Rugby 360, that's Saudi money there. 64 team World Cup imminent. There have been hints that there's a potential to expand the World Cup to 64 teams. If that happens, I think that's going to be an 8 to 9 week tournament, and that's just not physically sustainable for the players. That's just not sustainable for the players. I can't see that. The player welfare side of things, and I do stress this. With this Rugby 360 tournament, they want to get off the ground again with Saudi money. Now, whether that's going to be a success or a failure, we shall see. We shall see on that one. No players have been announced as signed up for it yet, and there's a lot of players that are under contract that would have to get out of their contracts. And if they sign up for this, we'll see what happens. But I can't see how that working personally. Turkey Al Sheikh owns Millwall now. He's a big MMA promoter. Again, I think there's some American money involved with Millwall as well, if I'm not mistaken. Now, whether he's a minority or majority stakeholder, I don't know. But 127 games, God, there'd be no way I could watch all those games. Firstly, I like my NRL too much. No joke. I love my rugby league too much. And unless I was doing this channel full time, if I was doing this channel full time and it was making me enough income where I didn't have to work a day job and I could live comfortably, then I would watch as many as I possibly could. At the moment, I don't. I only have. Well, where I work, the contract's changing hands now. Obviously, we work on behalf of the local council. And for the World Cup next year, I'm going to be booking my holiday in advance. And I know for a fact that my current contract, they're going to give me the holiday. I could even book my whole allocation of holiday in one go if I really wanted to, if I wanted to be a sod. How many do I think I would watch? As things currently stand, with the 48 game World Cup, I won't be able to watch all the games next year anyway. And looking at kickoff times, I'll have to cherry pick some of the games. I wouldn't be able to watch the later kickoffs because of work. I might be able to catch a first half when I wake up in the morning looking at kickoff times. But in reality, I would most likely book time off work. I always do for the group stages anyway. I wouldn't be able to watch all the games. Would not be able to watch all the games. Now, if I was doing the channel full time, then yes, I'll be able to watch as many of the games as possible. Even then, I wouldn't be able to watch all the games. I would like to have time away from the channel to do other things and enjoy not being sat in front of a laptop for 8 to 10 hours a day. I like to keep busy and keep active. It's on the weekends when I just zone out a little bit that I just. But if it was a 64 game World Cup, I don't think I'll be able to do it. Honestly, I don't think I'll be able to do it. I love my rugby league too much. There'll be too much of a clash with other sporting events, and I do like other sports other than football. I prefer other sports other than football. I like other sports more than football. And I do think you can have too much of a good thing. And I do think I would definitely watch some of the as many games as I could. But I would have to cherry pick. I wouldn't be able to watch them all night. It'd be too many. You'd be having up to 4 to 6 games per day to try and then shorten the schedule for length of time. And if you get to that point, we're already talking about extending the World Cup by a week for a 6 to 7 week tournament. And now we will be talking about going from 7 maybe to 9 to 10 weeks. Where's the off season going to go? Well, these players are going to have to obviously, at this point, when they do return to their clubs are going to have to go, right, you're going to have the first month of the season off. We're going to see more players get injured, more players have time off, which is then going to impact the club game, which is the bread and butter of the sport, let's be honest. That's where most of the money is generated on a weekly basis. What country? It will have to be a multi-nation tournament from here on out, multi-host. It would have to be multi-host. There is no way a single host nation could host that. There is just not the infrastructure in place unless you're a country like China or India, where you have multiple large cities which have the hotel infrastructure and stadium infrastructure in place, where you could go, right, we're building new stadiums. Because India, you could just use cricket stadiums and just set out a football pitch and then just adjust the seating. It wouldn't be perfect, but you could do that. Not perfect. China, you could do that. No, I don't think even the US could do it. There's a reason why it's co-hosting with Canada and Mexico, is to ease the burden, because the hosting costs alone, the build-up to get all the stadiums up to a standard, it's too much. It's too much. There is a cost element to it, and I think a 64-team World Cup is ridiculous. It's just too much. I don't think FIFA quite realise the actual cost element of hosting. There is the money you make, but then there's that cost in the 3.5, 4 years from when you announced all the way up to when you actually host. There's this cost element where you've got to get the stadiums you're going to use. You got to find. Just look at the Euros in 2 years' time, 3 years' time. The four home nations are hosting the Euro. Windsor Park is still not up. Still not. But is it Casement Park? Big talking in Belfast. It's not even going to get built. Now, thankfully, we've got enough high-quality stadiums in this country where, yeah, we could host a 48-team World Cup in the UK. I have no doubt we could. There are enough high-quality stadiums where the UK alone could host a 48-team World Cup. 64, okay, we're pushing it. But I do think we are reaching a point now with the World Cup where, like, is it 1 in 4 nations would qualify or something stupid, or nearly 1 in 3? It's just, that makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like, I think FIFA are pushing it too far. The fact we've already got an expanded World Cup for next year is a concern with how the FIFA Club World Cup went. I wouldn't say it demeans qualifying. It means if you miss out, you've got to be really, really bad. Birmingham, Alabama? I wouldn't go to Birmingham. I wouldn't go to Fort Wayne or Birmingham, Alabama. I want to live. I don't think you realise how dangerous Birmingham, Alabama actually is. It's a very dangerous city. It's like Jackson, Mississippi. Some of these cities are exceptionally dangerous. Like Little Rock, Arkansas. They might have the collegiate NCAA stadiums. Some of these cities, they're exceptionally dangerous. Even the city centre is like dangerous. How many European places we get? I honestly, they want to expand from Africa. They want to get more African and Asian nations qualifying. So I would think they would try and maybe potentially cap out the European side of things, and then look at expanding qualifiers from Africa and Asia. I think that's what's going to ultimately be the outcome, is more African nations get represented at the World Cup and more Asian nations represented at the World Cup. I think that's what ultimately happens if you go to a 64-team format, because there's not enough European nations for the qualifying to be serious. If if you look at it right now, I think about half the nations, or just under half the nations, are from Europe in the World Cup. If you are to go to 64, that's basically UEFA. That's all the UEFA nations, basically. So at that point, it completely devalues European qualifying. You would have to be like a San Marino or a Liechtenstein not to qualify, or have a chance of qualifying. And then you would get some really poor quality teams making the World Cup. Well, there aren't 16 nations in South America, so you have a problem there. And 3 of the nations in South America come under Caribbean and North American qualifying, so it doesn't work with that one. So you would have to combine the Americas into one confederation, and I think there is some resistance to doing that. I think they want to increase the numbers from Africa and Asia, and in order to do that, you need to expand the World Cup, or you need to reduce the number of nations coming from Europe, which, guess what, FIFA don't want to do, because the best players are based in Europe, and there's not enough American nations, and there's not enough nations in the Americas of a high enough standard to bring them in, and the best players play in Europe, and the biggest TV audience is Europe and South America, and the best South American players play in Europe. And so the quality level is higher in Europe and then South America. And so you've got to be careful, because reducing the number of teams from Europe actually reduces the quality of the World Cup. If that makes kind of sense. Venezuela and Bolivia will be battered everywhere they go. Honestly, Venezuela and Bolivia would not be very good compared to the other South American nations. They will be slaughtered in comparison to everyone else. It would be getting flogged. Here's something funny. I've just looked up the host cities for the 2031 Rugby World Cup, and Birmingham, Alabama is on the short. Jesus Christ. You'll be surprised. There's a reason why Venezuela have never qualified for a World Cup. Birmingham, Alabama. The thing is, the 2031 World Cup, Rugby Union World Cup, bear in mind they've got the women's as well in 2033. That's so far out, so far ahead, that at this point, until you're in that World Cup cycle, they're not going to confirm the host cities yet. They're not going to confirm until Australia's out of the way in 2 years' time. They might confirm as we get closer, but we've seen cities drop out before, and then backup cities get put in. As I say, we'll see what happens with the World Cup this year, and then we might get the World Cup, and then we might get some kind of idea what host cities for the 2031 World Cup, what they look like, and what time zones we're working with. Because here's the thing: West Coast Rugby Union is quite popular in the collegiate system and in Major League Rugby as well. Texas and the Rocky Mountain states, so Utah and Colorado. And then the Northeast, ironically. Oh, and Louisiana as well. So this is where it's most popular: the Northeast, the Rocky Mountain states, and the West Coast. Although Major League Rugby's got teams in Chicago now, and I believe in Atlanta, Georgia as well. So they've been very strategic in where they've placed their teams. They're trying to cover as much of the US as possible, although Canada, they wanted to have more teams in Canada, and it hasn't worked out that way, which is a shame. But the fact that Birmingham, Alabama is on the short list of cities, I think in part because the state government and the city government realise they can get funding. They can get funding for infrastructure improvements. And it's a big thing. There's a big issue with the infrastructure, employment, and it's a way to get some federal funding in order to there's a reason why they've been given the hosting rights. World Rugby obviously wants to grow in the North American market. They see that as crucial to the ongoing future of rugby union and the financing and the growth because they become second fiddle to association football over the years. And so every major professional sport's looking at cracking the US market, even if it's a 1 to 5% of the TV viewership and the commercial money. That's seen as a win for a lot of sports. They've seen the success that European football has had over the last 30 years. And so there's a reason why they're going to the US. The women have won the Women's World Cup before. Canada has just made a Women's World Cup final for the second time. The US have won it once in the women's game. The men's side of things, different conversation. Although the US did win the Olympic gold back in the day in the 20s. So there is some history there. But if we're talking about the modern day, I mean, the US and Canada could be powerhouses of the sport. They could be. If they're not, they could be. And World Rugby is looking at the fact that the US has got this money behind them. They've got the economy behind them. They've got the sporting programs at NCAA universities that they can tap into. There are fans there. The rugby fans in the US, for the most part, can't tell the difference between union and league, but they're there. They've also now very much aware that the NRL and Super League are taking games to Vegas every year. They're very much aware of that as well. And they are striking agreements with US broadcasters. So they are very much aware of that. They want to get on top of that and get in more established than rugby league. Because if rugby league wins the hearts and minds, union might have a battle. And because Americans can't really, I'm not being rude, but a lot of Americans, when they hear rugby, they can't differentiate between either code. And so rugby union wants to win that hearts and minds battle over rugby league. Although rugby league, I think, is more akin to what NFL is in regards to the markings on the field and the simplicity of it. So it's a hearts and minds battle. Now, yes, rugby union is more popular in the US and Canada. And obviously, the Canadians in the men's game have made a quarter final, and in the women's made a final, and the women have won a World Cup. Both have got strong sevens programs. There is a strong NCAA university presence, again, actually rugby and historically. Bloody phone going off. So there is, they want to get in there, and it's an interesting one. It's a very interesting one. Union. Do you think no? They ice hockey can't even crack China, and they've got professional KHL teams. Association football can't crack China yet. Apparently, it's seen as too physical for the Chinese, and that's fact. The Chinese have basically said it's a bit too physical for us. It's not a sport that suits the Chinese culture. They're more technical martial arts would work better, but the US and Canada could be powerhouses of any sport because of their athletic programs and their sporting cultures. Yes, they could be. They're not, but they could be. The only global sports where the other nations play at a high international level, like baseball, okay, there are some nations that actually do well at baseball, is ice hockey. But they could dominate if they'd got the investment right when they had opportunities, and if they put the right structures in place, rather than having pay to play, which is clearly hurting the development of some sports. Participation levels, rugby union, Canada's got decent participation. So has the US. Association football, soccer, they've got great participation at youth level and at grassroots kind of community clubs where a local league is organised at grassroots like beer league. But when it comes to the professional game, yeah, it's the pay to play for kids. It really puts a barrier in the way, and that's across the board in regards to all sports in the US and to some extent Canada. Is that pay to play? You've got to have parents have got to have some disposable income to pay, and that puts a financial barrier in the way of a lot of kids participating outside of the high school kind of dynamic, away from the high school dynamic or the school dynamic in the sports arena is the pay to play. Puts a massive, massive barrier in the way unless you're going through a high school program or a school, the local school district program from junior, middle to high school, and you're going through that kind of program. If you want to, join a local club, you've got to pay. You've got to pay your dues. You've got to pay a lot of money. Union is more worldwide, but league is the sport in Australia. This is true. Well, actually, AFL and rugby league are competing for the Australian dominance. But yes, rugby union, while has a strong following in Australia, is not as strong as it used to be, and it's to do with the TV rights. It's to do with the pathways. It's to do with the sponsorship. It's to do with the club game and the structures. The AFL and rugby league have been professional since the early days. Whereas rugby union was obviously amateur until 95, so the money's in the other leagues. America would be scary, and yeah, they would be if they got the pay to play. And yes, the Latin American community is very interesting in the US, very interesting, and same in Canada for that matter. They like baseball, and that's the real challenge. Is a lot of the Latin Americans also like baseball because they see these Latin American high-profile players. And bearing in mind, the Latin American community is differentiated by nationality. So if you're Panamanian, baseball. If you're from Costa Rica, baseball. If you're from El Salvador or Mexico, different. It's football. It depends what Central American or South American country your heritage is from. Because if it's somewhere like Venezuela, it's going to be baseball. If it's Colombia or Ecuador, it'll be football. If it's Panama, it's baseball. If it's the Dominican Republic, it's baseball. If it's Cuba, it's baseball. So the Latin American community is an interesting one because yes, there are a lot of Brazilians and other Latin Americans from South America and Central America from footballing countries, and then there's a lot of Latin Americans from baseball countries. And if you tap into the Latin American community, even from the footballing strong nations, there's still, again, they will see in the Latino community, they will still see that the better pathway is baseball. However, it's a very split community in regards to their sports fandom. And now you're starting to see people from Latin American heritage playing in the NHL. And American football is American football, but in the NHL, it's starting to become a very interesting dynamic when it comes to tapping into the Latin American market. But yes, there's always been Latin American players playing in the US national setup. It always has been. Always has been. Yeah, the Dominican Republic would be baseball jerseys all over the place. Australia on the speedway. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They've got a major motorsport heritage on 2 or 4 wheels. Doesn't matter. Australia's got a great heritage in motorsport. I'm not surprised with that at all. Speedway is not what it once was, though. Speedway is not as popular as it once was. It's very popular in Eastern Europe, especially Poland, but it's not on the same popularity as what it was 20, 30 years ago. It doesn't get the Speedway is Speedway. It's it's motorcycle NASCAR is the best way I can describe it. It's not great. It used to be more popular than what it is now. It used to be a lot more popular than what it is now. Other forms of motorsport have just marketed themselves better, got that sponsorship, got the TV coverage, got the coverage on the other forms of media, like back in the day, which was newspapers and radio, which has now transitioned into the internet and TV and streaming services. And Speedway just didn't. But Speedway was actually quite popular when I was a kid. But it's less popular now than what it was, as I say, even 20 years ago. Not on the same level as it used to be. Right, I'm gonna call that a live stream because I've been going for over 4 hours now, and I've got to be up at 3 o'clock. So I'm going to call that a night. I want to thank you for all the questions asked, as usual. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it. But yeah, keep your eyes peeled for the next live stream. I think probably Sunday this week. I think. I wake up at 3. I leave mine for work at 4, between 3:45 and about 4:15, just depending on what time I wake up, and yeah, I can really be bothered because it's a long walk. And then I get to work for between 5, 5:30, have a cup of tea, find out what's going on, find out the chaos, and then jump in the truck and start my round, basically. So yeah. Normally I get picked up, but lately the guy who gives me lifts on holiday this week, and this summer he's been giving someone else a lift whose normal lift is off, and so I've been basically for the sleep. What is sleep? I need to have less caffeine, but I've quit smoking, so my caffeine intake has actually gone up in the last month. But anyway, I'm going to call that a live stream. Thank you very much for all the questions. Really appreciate it. And yeah, keep your eyes peeled. I will probably do a live stream, if not this Sunday, then next Friday, because I've got a day off. And so I can do on Thursday and possibly Friday. But for me, for now, thank you very much for watching. I'll have some more content for you all very, very soon. Bye for now.